appropriate for it. But I start iOS and Android, iPhone or smartphone and tablets. I mean, I want to start with those because sometimes it's funny. We're running PlayStation. Yeah, I mean we're running Pokemon Point, and of course it kind of makes sense. But Tim, that's where his profit was in Pokemon Point. On PlayStation, we're going through, as we pull a seat, I mean, we're going through the data. I'm on a Skype call, because he's good to tell you, we talk a lot. And we're going through, we're looking at devices, models, devices. And here's PlayStation 4 in its green. And I'm like, wow, I've never seen that before. And it freaked me out. Like profit pool of PlayStation. But then I'm like, okay, there's a bunch of kids, who are, my age. Still. We're gonna Pokemon Go. Just a little tip. Brazil, Pokemon Point. I'll be ready for that. Probably going to open up Pokemon Go in Brazil. We're going to get the servers up to speed so that they don't crash it, and they've been clamoring and waiting. There will be some low-hanging fruit in Brazil on Pokemon Point. So, didn't work too well in the U.S., but anyway, so here are the things that we get to look at. And the reason why I've got the line from OS versions, device, phone, tab, and models, because these are very closely related. So I started my optimization, we started with the landers, and then we've gone to the site IDs. We've got a white list and our black list. And then we're continuing to run those. We've made a decision to continue the campaign because the campaign is going to be profitable. So now we can start digging deeper into the numbers. And the first thing is, right there, okay, is our tablets converting better than phones? Are they converting at all? Are phones converting better than tablets? Generally speaking, I found that phones convert better than tablets. But some authors, iPads do great. So you've got to run those. But that's the first place I split. So now we're going. But then we've got two related categories. We've got OS and versions. So this would be like iOS 7, 8, 9, 9.3.3 right now. Right here, no problem. Running traffic to iOS 7 is a waste of money. Don't do that. Nope. Because if somebody's still running a 7, I don't know, they're not in today's world. That was like 4 years ago. So, and Android's the same. But Android's fun because some of the newer Android versions, like 6, I think, is just out. Is that right? 6 out? 7? Okay. But the 4 is a lot. 4.2, 4.4, 4.6. It's funny. Some of those versions of the Android operating system convert considerably differently than some of the others. 5.0, I found just me and a couple of last things, doesn't convert as well as a couple of the 4s. So, but what we don't want to do, then over here, so we've got the iOS, we've got versions, we've got iOS, Android, and then we drill down into the versions, iOS, 7, 8, 8, 3, 9, the Androids, but then we also have the actual phones. And you look at the list and pop ads when you're going through and setting up your campaign. I mean, good God Almighty. It's like going to the grocery store and walking down the cereal aisle. I mean, companies, I've never even heard of. I mean, Alcatel, what is that? I don't know what that is. So, but where we have to be careful here is you don't want to start, you don't want to start stripping away here and here aggressively at the same time. Because this is where you can get yourself in a little bit of a pickle. Pardon me?
The whiteboard. Your flip chart's in the way they can't see your pointer.
Oh, well, right here.
He's out the text streets.
Thank you for pointing that out. I guess it would be nice for you to be able to see. How about we, since I'm left-handed, so of course I do everything on the right side. I know, that doesn't make sense. There, that a little better? I'm sorry. You should have just stopped me, you know. All right, so Robbie, you'll have to spend about 20 minutes with me later. And I love the thing that I will share. Models and OS versions. Don't start taking too many eggs out of the basket at one time. This is where now a little bit of the, not emotion, but instinct and experience. And that just has to come. Again, the prize is in the process. This is not something that you learn overnight. But if you use a methodology like this and you do it consistently, then you've got a system that is not just all over the place. Because this is a really complex, multivariate test, is what this is. I mean, this is really a complex thing. You could probably write an algorithm that would stretch around the room. And I have a son that's an economics major, and he's taking this course starting this, about 3 weeks, I guess, too, this started, called econometrics. That word just excites me, because he's going to be learning formulas that's going to help Dad do a better job in my CPA marketing. And then, of course, he keeps asking me, hey, can I give you some money, Dad? Making some money. I told him if he'll stick with me, with what he knows, and as smart as my son is, by the time he gets out of college, he won't need a job. Because he'll already be making more money than he would have, and then he can just go off and do whatever he wants, which is be governor of the state of Montana. Just a small world. Geos. We're in a place called the state of California. You heard Jordan say this. I don't know, this state doesn't work very well sometimes. But geos you want to pay attention to, because some of the traffic sources that we go to, like AdCache and ExoClip, two completely different types of traffic sources, but they have very good geo-targeting capabilities. You see, that's where we start taking this data that we have and looking at it, and we can start applying it as we start to scale the campaign to our other traffic sources. But each traffic source can only use part of the data because of the way the platforms are set up. So in some platforms you can't do geo, so you don't worry about it. But some platforms you can. And so geos are important. Data parting is probably the last one I look at. I generally run 24 hours a day. Categories. This is one that a lot of people miss. You don't look at those categories. And PopAd gives you, because they have the categories pretty well defined, then it gives you really some pretty good data there. And so be aware of the categories, because as any move into different traffic sources, it will guide you. Okay, because what you want to do as you scale is you want to take this data that you've got, which is so valuable, and as you scale to other traffic sources, because now we've got to start the next traffic source the way we started the first one. We still are going to set up the control. The blacklist, whitelist. Now, just a little, sometimes if I'm trying to move fairly fast, I will set up just a control and a second campaign. And my control kind of becomes my blacklist campaign as I move through, and the other one ends up being my whitelist. That's maybe a little laziness, but sometimes it's just trying to scale. And in June, I went from, I was capped at 100, and then my cap went to 1,000. Something to do with quality of traffic, I guess. Scaled from 100 to 1,000 cap, took 72 hours, and I was hitting my cap. So then you kind of open it up. But again, at that point now, I'm not optimizing for ROI again. I mean, yes, I want to be profitable, obviously, but if I'm doing 40% ROI on 1,000 cap, I'm doing, $1,500 a day, as opposed to a $200 a day at 100% ROI. Well, you can do the math. So that's where the teeter-totter of volume and ROI kind of come in. So it's just something that you have to kind of be aware of. But you want to take that traffic, that data that you have, and you want to take it to your next traffic sources with the best opportunity you can to start that next traffic source off as close to profitable as possible, because then you're not going to be spending a bunch of money on it. So, and you've got the data, and learn your traffic sources. Focus on, each one individually. They're different critters. They're totally different. One's a racehorse, one's a quarter horse, one's a Morgan. There's some little ponies, draft horses. They're all different. And each one of them, just like the spy tools and the other things, you need to learn your traffic sources. Don't just go in there and buy traffic and just start sending it and just move on. Really learn your traffic sources. Take the time, because it's valuable. When I was running in June, I was running 13 different traffic sources to my campaign, because that's how I had to scale it because I was optimized for ROI and volume. And I was actually able to keep pretty close to 100% ROI, even with my cap at 1,000. So 13 traffic sources. And every one of them completely different animal. So, but don't try to take them all in at once. Start with pop ads. Pop ads is a good traffic source. There's nothing wrong with it. Got great data. Learn it. And then learn the next one. Ad tabs, self-advertising, exit flip, repeller ads, traffic caps, traffic funnel, arrow advertising. The mastermind today, I handed out a list of 140 mobile traffic sources earlier in the year. There's endless. So, but you want to start with the best opportunity that you can. To be profitable as you go to your next traffic sources. But we want to set up the campaigns the same way. Start with the control, with as much optimization as you can from the data that you've taken out of pop ads. Remember, you're going to get the slides. So that you have the best opportunity to be profitable. So is everybody, are we all together here right now? Yes! All right, there we go. Okay, So I talked a little bit about this before we got here, but you know, when you're running a smaller campaign, you are optimizing for ROI. You want to get every penny out of it that you possibly can. But if you're running a bigger campaign or uncapped, you can't do 100% ROI. I mean, yes, okay, you might. But don't get lost in the ROI. Remember, you're better off doing 25% on $20,000 a day than you are doing 100% on $250 a day. I mean, just remember that. And I can tell you, every one of you guys, if you'll take the action and you continue to progress, you'll get to that day where that one campaign blows up on you. Then all this is going to come back. So, and then this will all make very clear sense. 20% ROI relative to putting your money in the bank, and you're rolling. So, now, I only have 4 minutes left. I'm going to keep flashing a little something. So, I was going to do a Q&A, but we're going to do it tomorrow. Does everybody understand what I've explained here? And does it make good sense?
Yes.
Okay, because this is really important. Optimization. It's a learning experience. I just happen to really like numbers. So I get all tingly and stuff when I look at it. I do, I just like numbers. Because in this world that we live in, you gotta follow the numbers. Because if you don't, you get emotionally attached to your campaign, your brain starts winging out there. Oh, man, look at this on. I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn this on. I got to win pretty soon. You've just gone down the wrong path. So you can't do that. And again, keep really good records. And keep those records. Go back to those records occasionally and look at them. And think about what you've done. And then take the good things out of that. A journal is a wonderful thing in this business. Keeping a journal. A diary of your CPA, CPI marketing. Pardon me? Even a handwritten one. If you saw me draw up here, you know that I can't write, so. Something about third grade, my teachers didn't think I should be left-handed. So I spent a year writing with a brace in my right hand, and when they were finished with me, I couldn't write at all. So fortunately, somebody invented a keyboard, so I get to do this. Because Clara, will tell you, she puts little LOLs and points in my writing. And then I look at it and I'm like, what did I write? I can't even read that myself. So, but no, keep a journal. Keep a journal of the entire journey that you're going through. This is a journey.
You don't think it's next. I group together. You mean journal's not
Pardon?
American word. Journal is, we don't use the word journal much in Australia. Is it a computer word or?
Journal? It's a diary.
Oh, right, okay.
It's your diary.
Okay.
Like you had when you were,
Right, okay.
you know. Ooh, that word was huge. We're going to the outbacks. Robin has been trying to talk to me for 3 days. She's taking her time now. Every time I try to get a chance to talk to her, somebody grabs me and I'm like a kangaroo off on a walkabout. successful.
Yes.
You will be successful.
Yes.
Persevere. No quitting. That's not even an option. George's going to be coming up here and finishing up, tying everything together. My time's up, so I got to go. Dave's going to be coming up. I want to thank you guys very much. I want to thank you.
Quick 10-minute bathroom break. So, real quick break when you come back and join us when we run out. Clicks a day. The other site we're buying 500,000. We're sending all that to you guys next year. So it's a lot of traffic. It's about 5K a day in traffic distributed out. So let's get started. I love that picture. You guys love that? Our national numbers. It's one of my favorite pictures. So in a moment, I'm going to teach you how to get premium traffic. The traffic that the affiliate networks will beg you for. The kind of traffic where affiliate networks will fly you to a meetup, put you in a villa for 3 days, vacations. Yeah. You guys like that? Yeah. In fact, my first vacation from an affiliate network. They took me to Portugal, and we went to Lisbon, a few other cities. Their office was based there. Helicopter tours. It was incredible. And that was the first time I realized that affiliate networks, they treat their top affiliates like gold. And that's where all of you are going to be. A top affiliate gets the premium offers. But none of that's possible without the good traffic and knowing how to drive massive traffic. If you know how to drive massive traffic, then you know where to get the good traffic for you. Is this making sense, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So, you're going to lead with AMPS. AMPS has evolved since I first created AMPS. The first creation was, again, no one else in the world figured this out. When we stumbled across this, and my programmer was like a mad scientist, okay? He's not my partner, but he figured this out. I saw it, I made changes to it, we worked on it together, and this is the original AMPS, the original automated mobile profit system. I'm out here in Mammoth, California. I've been out here with my dog for 2 weeks. We just like this beautiful mountain. Guys, look at this view. This is so beautiful out here. I just want to share this moment with you because I'm living the life of my dreams. I can travel whenever I want. And don't get me wrong, I'm not bragging about this. I just want to show you this to show you what's possible with the laptop lifestyle. And I want to help people achieve that. I want to help people achieve the laptop lifestyle because it's the ultimate freedom. I just got this drone for Christmas, and I'm on the top of this mountain, just like up here. Back at the cabin, we got Wi-Fi, so we're on some campaigns. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you this new method that we got that we're using right now in our business, this mobile CPA method. It's kicking butt and it's rocking. Works really good, and it's our main source of income right now is this method that we got. So I want to share it with you guys. So let's go inside and get warm, and I'll go into the whiteboard, and I'll show you this proven method. Left. If you did not get the homework done for any reason, I gave you a short amount of time to challenge you. It's perfectly okay. In fact, after this is over, if the campaign didn't work for any of you, we'll keep working with you until it does. Because I really want you to see the power of just sending powerful traffic right to the iTunes store of this simple campaign. So if there's any issues, if Maggie screws it up, because essentially what we're doing is we have a premium offer. Now we take that link and we put it in our affiliate network. And between those two affiliate networks, they talk to each other. Now in mobile media needs to see and know when a conversion was reported in the premium offer network. Does that make sense, everyone? So there is some complicated tracking we're working through right now. All right. Now, if we cannot get that tracking done, what will happen is in the premium network we'll see, our $5,000, $7,000, and in mobile media we'll see all the clicks and conversions. We'll see all the clicks and no conversions. Is that making sense, everyone? Because they're not talking to each other. So we're working on that right now. Okay. In fact, with any line on any live stuff, there's always a chance it doesn't work. So. That's just the way it is, okay? And if it does not work, we will continue to work with you to do. I recently read this quote, it really stuck with me. Pain is temporary, but quitting is forever. Did you folks agree with that?
Yeah.
Pain has never come to stay, it comes to pass. Pain in any form. Temporary defeats, physical pain, emotional pain. And the last 2 days, I have been transformed because I'm being vulnerable in front of all of you. And last night, I sent a text message to my mentor and I said, I'm in pure joy and bliss. Because I'm now in a position of service. It just feels, putting yourself in a position of service and gratitude I've been a pure joy, and it feels amazing. It's the other kind of
Thank you, Jordan.
You're welcome. Now, if I had quit, I would never gotten here today. And I challenge all of you, never quit. Never give up. Because your pain or your FAI or your temporary defeat will not last forever. It's gonna come. It has to come. It's like taking birth. I told you, it's painful. But after that is astounding joy and happiness. When the pain leaves, it has to be replaced with something. And what's it going to be replaced with? Success, joy, happiness. And it cannot last forever. And again, it may last for a day, a week, but it will leave. Life is a cycle, a sine wave. And when I look at my traffic sine wave every day, that beautiful wave, it reminds me. Sometimes the profit goes down, sometimes the profit goes up. And it's life. Money comes, money goes. And when we are in pain, we have to remind ourselves that when we are at our lowest of our low, rock bottom, where do we have to go? What's going to happen? We're going to go up. So keep that in mind during the next few days as we go through this. So now I have to go back to teaching mode. Problem. The problem is a lot of you, I've been surveying my students, talking with mastermind. A lot of you are having a problem with, I'm going to start talking very fast, finding traffic, finding good traffic. Because many of you are on self-serve traffic platforms. And on those platforms, on the self-serve platforms, anyone with fraud affiliates can sign up with no vetting, and they can buy the traffic. And what happens on a self-serve network that doesn't vet, that doesn't scan for viruses and malware, is in fact the websites that sell their traffic to the self-serve platform end up getting burned. People stop visiting the websites because they get fake virus scans, they get malware. So the real premium traffic is not on the self-serve platforms. And that solves so many problems. Because you're going to get traffic that's profitable right away. You're not going to have to adjust your bids. You're not going to have to buy traffic from 10,000 websites, which is what real-time dating or those platforms before. And I'm going to show you right where to buy this traffic in a moment. And this is where we struggle. Affiliate networks will beg you for the traffic I'm going to share with you and where to get it. Okay? Will that change your business, folks? That's awesome. Now the traffic, the way we do this is we buy it for 45, 60 days, 30 days, and you don't have to adjust your bids every day. It takes a huge load off. Not only your time, you have a fixed price, your traffic comes in, and all you have to do is get your mag in place, have her feed in the offers, you find where that works and scale it. Okay, so this is my ultimate creation. This is AMPS, okay, folks. The new AMPS is simple. And simplicity, as I told you before, there's beauty in simplicity. Complicated things made simple. Now, in a moment, I'm going to share with you the 3 steps. Okay? So there's 3 steps you can use to get this premium traffic. Would that be okay with you guys? Yeah. Okay. So the stats show us. Now, all of the stats online from major companies doing research we've hit the singularity, folks. The singularity. 2014, the singularity happens. 2014, mobile web traffic surpassed desktop web traffic. And when that happened, it changed everything. And I'm going to explain why. And I'm going to explain why this is so profitable and this is going to make you so much money. Mobile web traffic globally exceeded desktop traffic. And in that short time span, even in 2014, the difference is 40 to 60%. So that's a 20% increase in 1 year, a 20% difference, fluctuation. So as the stats show us, mobile web traffic is growing exponentially. 30%, 60% in 6 months. The prices are going down. Now, as the stats show us here, 2015, this is another report from another major company. The singularity happened in 2014. The singularity. That is when the entire internet landscape has changed forever. This is when everyone else will let them stay on Facebook. In fact, folks, pop quiz, how much does 5 million clicks a day cost on Facebook? It's $1 a click. $5 million. How much is that on mobile at $3 CPM? First one to come out. On mobile, 15K. Claire, you're cheating. Sorry. Christina, because you were at lunch and I told you that. $5 million for desktop traffic, right? Get the same traffic on the mobile web for $15,000? Think about the difference in that, folks. If you go on Facebook or Google, the PPC, the price per click, even on a banner ad, is going to be in the dollar range. It's going to be 30, 40, 50 cents, even $1. And we're paying pennies on the dollar for mobile traffic. All right, so to go deeper, I have to explain why this is happening. So on desktop traffic, this is a screenshot of CNN's homepage. Is this making sense? And this is on a desktop computer. They have over 5 different ad types: banner, in video ads, interterrestrials, notification bars, direct links. I counted the average number of ads on CNN's homepage alone, above the fold, 30 to 50. You scroll down to the bottom, over 100 ads in all different ad formats. Over 100 ads on CNN's homepage. Because their newspaper is dying, print media ads, print media is dying. So this is where CNN's revenue comes from. Is this making sense to everyone? Do you see why this is going to be so important for you? Because CNN, what do they do when they hit the singularity? Because the desktop traffic goes down. The internet, the mobile traffic goes up. And they're reliant on 7 figures per day in ad revenue on their desktop site. So what happens to a company who relies on the majority of their revenues? I mean, their main source of revenue is advertising. What happens when that declines by 50% 1 year? What do they do? Close. What happens when 50% of traffic is now on the mobile website? How do they monetize that? Well, they have to put ads on the website. Is that making sense to everyone? How do you monetize a mobile website? Because on a desktop, look how big that screen is. Here's a phone, and this is a rather big screen. One banner ad on there fills up almost the whole screen. 2 banner ads, and there's no content. Is that making sense to everyone? So you go from having 50, 70, 100 ads on the website to 2. There's a massive shift happening right now. And that's why we can buy the traffic at a fraction of a penny on mobile. Is this making sense? Can everyone see why this is making so much money? Okay? Can everyone see themselves doing this too? Yes. Buying mobile traffic? Okay. Here is a screen share of me going to CNN, and I want you to watch carefully. There's actually a gold nugget in here. There's actually ads inside the terms and services too. you're seeing there is an in-app video ad. You click on it, you go to Dove, the advertiser. You click on it, you go to Dove. People are trying to pause it, and they go to Dove. This is a 15-second commercial, a video ad for Dove. Every time you try to click it, you go to the website. That is a very that is essentially pop-up traffic on the desktop. However, the user has to take action, okay? And in fact, these are all ads, okay? These are all ads. There's an terrestrial ad. I have to go fast. All of those links are terrestrial ads. On the right, all of that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Paid ads. 9. Look at all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of that is paid advertising. All of that is paid advertising, folks. This is what Luis and Brian are buying. Let them buy that. Let's buy over. Let them stay here. Let them pay $1 a click. All that. Look at all the ads. That ad. That's what it takes to survive the website. And in fact, they are adding more ads every day. They're scrambling. So now the mobile desktop, the desktop experience is being ruined because there's ads everywhere. Because they're losing money. So what do? We don't know how to make money off of mobile sites. So we just have to put more ads on the desktop site. More ads. Is this making sense?
Yeah.
And now the user experience is just getting bombarded by ads. And this is an example of a mobile website. They can put ads anywhere there. Direct links, they have banner ads, you can put free banner ads. These are called terrestrials. So you click on the text and it takes you to a website, there's ads here. So you can put mobile ads anywhere. Now, let's talk about the big money on desktop, the video ad, okay? The video ad I just showed you is the big money because the majority of the content consumed on CNN is videos. Before each video is a video ad. You have to watch that video to see the video, okay, to see the content. So that's where the majority of the money is coming from. So what is CNN doing when losing millions of dollars to ad revenue? What do? They either completely spam and go crazy on the desktop site with more and more ads, or they have to invent new ways to sell and advertise a mobile site. You see what a good position we're in right now? Being mobile marketers. And you see why, Luis and Brian, I told them, do what makes you money, but I don't want to be buying desktop traffic. Then they're addicted to it, and they're buying it 2-3 years from now, when the price has gone by 4 times, and then 90% of CNN's traffic is mobile. Now, let's look at what happens when we visit CNN from a mobile site. Right? Okay with everyone? Here? Okay, pay very close attention. If you can catch this, there's an Easter egg in here too. If you scroll down, there are ads. However, on the front page, there are no banner ads, folks. That is the front page. There are no banner ads. And now this is very interesting. I want you to watch this video ad. Okay, so I want to watch this video. It's a 3-second video. It didn't even load because I was on my Verizon phone. And then I saw this bar rescue thing for a second, and then I got to the video. That's what they're scrolling with. On a desktop computer and a broadband connection, you can easily watch a 15-second video. However, on a mobile phone, 3 seconds is too long. So they're scrambling. How do we make money off a mobile website? They're only using 3-second videos, low-quality videos. And in fact, when I did that test, the video was black for most of it. I only saw a portion of the ad for about a fraction of a second. That's not effective advertising. That's the front page. No ads on the front page. They go from having 30 ads on the front fold of their website to nothing. As you scroll down, they sprinkle them in, but in fact, there's only 3 or 4. 10 at the most. I clicked on the video to watch it. My internet speed wasn't fast enough. I barely saw anything. I saw a flash, and then I get my video that I want. Okay? 3-second video. So pop quiz. You're profiting $4,000 per day. The offer is an iOS app install, and you're ready to scale. You're ready to scale $10,000 profit per day. Your ROI is roughly 60%. Now, based on this data, this screenshot, I want you to write down in your own words what action steps you would take in order to double your profit per day without buying more traffic and without increasing the payout on the offer. Is this making sense? So you're making $4,000 a day. You don't want to buy more traffic. You don't want to have to get a payment. There's a way to double your ROI. So I want you to write down right now with your name. And I'll give you about 3 minutes. Give me a short description. And for one of the lucky ones who gets it right, first person to answer is one. So again, we're at 4,000 a day. We don't want to buy more traffic or lead. We don't want to try to get a payout. In fact, can I get someone to collect their answers, please, from the back? Thank you. You can just pass it to the center when you're done. So does everyone understand this? There's a simple, easy way to double your profit without buying more traffic and without getting a higher payout. A very easy way. You guys want some more of this? Okay, pass your answers to the inside. Please collect them. If you don't have sheet paper, borrow from your neighbor. Write your sentences. It's a very obvious answer, folks. It's a very obvious answer. You don't want to buy more traffic. You don't want to increase the payout. Very simple, folks. Can everyone see why this would be so easy and simple and so important for your business if you do this? You can double your profit without having to fight full cable, without having to buy more traffic. It's a very simple, easy way. And in fact, you see our ROI right there, 60%. Now we're at 132% ROI. And now instead of $4,355 of profit a day, we're at almost $9,000 profit a day. And that is a sweet spot. 10,000 profit a day is a sweet spot. One employee, this is an app install, folks. This is a long run. All right, get your answers in. Now, again, one more time. Revenue, $11,000 revenue. Our spend was $7,000. Our profit was $4,000. Okay? Let's talk about mobile ads. So in mobile ads, we have a display banner. Okay, pass me to the inside if you have it. Okay, so this is an example of a mobile ad, display banner. Look at how much space that takes up on the screen. If you have 2 of those, there's no space on the screen. How are you going to consume the content on the website? Is this making sense to everyone? How are you going to consume the content when the whole screen is banner ads? This is a mobile redirect, and this is another way they can monetize. All right? The user visits the site, they click on a video, and they're redirected. They're taken off CNN. They're taken off CNN. Third way is my favorite thing to buy, and they have a dirt sheet on mobile pop-up. A mobile pop-up appears hidden behind the main browser. See that? Hidden behind the main browser. Once displayed, the pop-up remains unnoticed until the main browser window is closed, leaving the user's attention free free from the advertiser. So that is how they sell these. This is not interruption marketing.
Yes.
This is not interruption marketing. They sell them, and what happens is a pop-up happens underneath the browser. So your visitor only sees your visitor only sees your ad if they close the original page they're on. Is that what we're getting this?
Yeah.
Now, we discovered with iOS apps how to do this and how this will change, how this change everything for us. When you direct link to an iOS app, you get a notification that says, do you want to open this in the App Store? Yes or no? And that comes over your mobile website, and the person goes right to the iTunes Store. It actually takes them off the mobile website, opens their iTunes app or their Android app, takes them right to Google Play or the App Store. And now they're on the App Store. They have two options. Install our app or go all the way back to the website, which takes a lot of effort. Okay? So that changed everything. When we figured out we could just direct link to apps, and now every pop under becomes a redirect. And the pop unders are cheaper than the redirects. And what if I told you that we had a ninja secret where we could send them to the iTunes Store directly without notification? Do you want to open this in the iTunes Store? Yes or no? Would you guys be interested in learning that? So now they don't even have to, that eliminates the whole stuff. They don't even have to hit yes or no. They go right to the iTunes Store, directly from the mobile phone. Can you guys see yourselves doing this? It's so simple, it's so easy. So here's an example of the pop-under buys that we did recently. Okay. Now this is the best carrier traffic in the world. Okay. This traffic is $9 CPM. Okay. So for $9 we get 1,000 clicks. So there's $9 right there. For $9 we get 1,000 clicks. And this is the best in the world. And what is this, folks? Carrier traffic. That carrier traffic is how you networks begging you for traffic. Because in fact, someone on a Verizon phone and you're using data from a cellular tower or satellite to access the internet has more money than someone who's accessing the Wi-Fi. It's the demographics. Because you're paying for your data usage. Is this making sense, everyone? Carrier traffic is always better by an enormous factor. Okay? So the way that networks beg you for traffic is you start with carrier. Okay? And it's going to be more expensive because it's better quality. Now let's talk about the 3 traffic tiers. Now, websites have become more hesitant to sell to self-serve traffic platforms. Why? Viruses, fake virus scans, malware, fraud. Now, trust must be developed to get you guys a premium traffic. Okay? So you have to follow every single rule that site tells you to. Triple check, triple check the site, and make sure you're following their guidelines. One infraction, you are done. You'll never sell your traffic again. In fact, in a moment, I'm going to show you a software you can use so you don't even have to monitor your links, and you will never, ever violate the traffic source rules. Okay? You'll never have to worry about getting red flagged. You'll never ever have to worry again with this piece of software I'm going to show you about using this relationship, because this is for premium traffic. You get one shot at premium traffic, and I'm going to show you the software where you never have to worry about using that. All right? So, on the top, we have the premium self-serve traffic. That's what we're going to buy. This is the best quality traffic in the world, and that takes trust to get. I'm going to show you 3 easy steps to get that. Now, in a moment, you're going to see the semi-premium. Okay? The semi-premium is when you buy a site for 30 days. The self-serve is the crap. It's the fake traffic. Now, RON right there stands for run of network. What that means is you're getting an entire site. When you buy this traffic, you're getting traffic from 10,000, 20,000 websites. And these websites sell their traffic to the real-time bidding platform. And when you're buying from 20,000 websites, half of those are fake. It's selling you fake traffic. There's so much fraud in the self-serve. This is the problem, okay, folks. We do not want to be in the red. I'm going to show you how to be in the green. Is that okay with you guys? Okay. This is where we're going to do. This is where the money is. The honey hole. Okay, the honey hole on top traffic is the premium traffic. Now, get unlimited premium traffic in 3 easy steps. 3 easy steps. I've broken it down in 3 easy steps. Is it okay if I share it with you guys? You want to do this? Okay. Can you guys see this? Come on. Can you guys see this? Give me yes. Yes! Can you smell this? Yes! Can you taste this? Yes! Okay. This is what I call my blitzkrieg traffic method. Okay? My blitzkrieg traffic method. This is one you're really going to want, so make sure you take notes. Okay? Now, all of you right now, you have a real business website, you have a phone, you have your emails, so we give you the whole business in a box, the $100 quick start guide. So use that as leverage. Also use that website with your mobile apps and front page as leverage. Now, you're going to approach the traffic manager, who I actually called last night, and he said it's okay if I gave his emails all to her. And this traffic manager owns a premium network. And when I show you how much traffic they have, you're going to be blown away, but that's fine. So now this is very important, I just told you. Start on iOS apps, carrier traffic, scale with Wi-Fi. Okay, write that down. Start with iOS on carrier traffic, scale with Wi-Fi. If you did not know that, and you went to buy the cheaper Wi-Fi traffic from the beginning, the Wi-Fi traffic is not good enough quality to kick off the offers. That is very important to know that, understand that, folks. Really, really important. We learned that the hard way. We lost about $100,000 learning that lesson, and now I'm sharing with you so you don't have to. Okay? Start with the carrier traffic. And all you do is say, hey, I want to start with carrier because there's 2 types of traffic. There's carrier and there's Wi-Fi. Now, before you do this, you use the method I showed you yesterday, part 2. Get as many offers as possible. Get them all ready, okay? Because now you have the premium offers. Traffic plus conversion equals what? Cash. You got the premium offers, the converting offers. Okay, so I set you up for part 2. I gave you part 2, the premium offers. So get as many as you can, okay, for that operating system and for that country. I recommend starting with big geos. And actually, I recommend ask the traffic manager, where do you have the most traffic? And they'll say, all right, Jordan, this month we have an excess amount of Brazilian iOS traffic on carrier. You go to your Maggie or your system, you say, hey, go to all networks, give us all the Brazilian carrier or all the Brazilian iOS app installs you can. And you get a list of 20. Okay? Make sure you have that first before you do this. After that, this traffic source will let you do a 3-day test. And this is very important. Always, always, always do a 3-day test. Always test it out before you buy it for 3 days. And it's very expensive to do this. Anyone, even with a couple $100, can do a 3-day test. Does this make any sense? You test it first. Now let's say, for example, the price is $3 CPM. Okay? So that you're paying $3 for 1,000 mobile pop-ups. Everyone understand that? Okay. You want to know my Jedi stealth secrets. Okay. And this one, this is really the sexy part about the blitzkrieg method. Because after you do this, the traffic manager is going to hook you up with a sweet stuff. And he's going to give you discounts. And he's going to approach you for the good traffic. Because he sees everything. These traffic managers actually run all the offers that you run on their own traffic. Does that make sense to everyone? But you now have premium offers. they can't get the premium offers, and that gives you a huge advantage. So I'm setting you up for success. So, you offer the traffic manager 10 cents more, and that's just money in his pocket. And he's shocked. He goes, well, I set the price to $3 again. You know, we're just starting with you. I love the full long-term relationship. So how do I pay 10 cents more per click, per 1,000 clicks? And he's flattered because that's just cash in his pocket. Because remember, all these traffic managers, all the affiliate managers, they're commission only. Is this making sense?
Yes.
And that's such an easy secret trick to getting an instant trust factor and build an amazing rapport with a traffic manager. Now, who is the traffic manager going to come to when he has the best traffic, when he has a great deal on traffic, or when he sees a hot offer and says, hey, go get this offer because we have traffic for it? Who's he going to come to? You! He's going to come to the guy that offered to pay more. You guys do this?
Yes.
Is this sexy? Okay? Now, here's my premium traffic survival guide. Part 2, you're really going to want to write this down. This is how you never lose your premium traffic. Because if you make a mistake, folks, you will lose your premium traffic. And in fact, if you do this, you'll never have to worry about that. So this is what I call my premium traffic survival guide. Okay? Premium sites will scan your links every few seconds for malware. If your website domain gets flagged by Google, and this software is extremely sensitive. The slightest thing will red flag you. If you're a red flag, you are gone. You are done. It will never work with you again. And then how do you get the premium traffic back? Well, there is a way. You wait a few months, you send the traffic manager edible arrangement. You say, please give me more checks. And that traffic manager doesn't want to because he's going to lose a relationship, just like I taught you in the app world. He's going to lose a relationship with the website. Is this making sense, everyone? It's an ecosystem. One red flag and you're gone. And you do not want this to happen to you. This happened to us once, and it took us 4 months to get the traffic back. Because the premium sites are premium because there are no viruses, there's no fake scams, there's no fake malware. Is this making sense, everyone? Yeah. The premium stuff is the best traffic in the world because people are going to go to those sites because they're not going to get virus. They're not going to get scared. So here's what we use. We scan ourselves with a tool called Risk IQ. Write that down, Risk IQ. In fact, through R&D, we found all the premium sites use this software, Risk IQ. It's not very expensive. So what we do is we get the software and we hook up to our links. And we know before then if anything happens. Okay, it could be the slightest thing, folks. You know what happens a lot? That could get you kicked off, you wouldn't even know. The affiliate network, you hit your cap, and then they redirect you to some offer that has a pop-up on it, and you're done. You're gone. Or they redirect you to some scammy offer that's fake. Does that make sense, everyone? And these are the types of mistakes that will not happen if you just use that simple Risk IQ, because you'll know. They'll send you a text message before that happens. This will save your butt, okay? That's why this is an extremely important, very important step here. Okay, Risk IQ. We found that this is the best tool in the world. So we decided, let's just use it ourselves. Okay, and that's really the way you're going to lose your premium traffic. If you hit a cap, or the affiliate network takes your link down, and you have traffic running to a dead offer, a lot of times the affiliate network will create a rule in their software saying, hey, if they hit the 1,000 lead cap, let's send their traffic to this place or let's sell it. They will do that. Let's sell it to another traffic source. And what happens is someone else can run whatever they want on your traffic. This has happened to us. Affiliate networks will do that. They will sell your traffic if you hit a cap. Because you have your traffic coming in, and the affiliate network, remember, gives you a link, a tracking link. so they can rotate whatever offer they want. Does this make any sense? Now this is what I call my instant ROI booster. You guys want to know this one? Yes? Come on, give me a yes. Yes! Okay. The instant ROI booster. Are you guys liking this stuff? Yeah. I told you that you're at the tip of the iceberg, and you are still at the tip of the iceberg. Believe it or not. Okay, so after 2 or 3 months, the website really, really likes it. Okay? You're compliant, and now you don't have to worry about finding buyers. Because every website, these premium sites, the first of the month, they have to find people buying the traffic, because usually it's in 30 days. So now the website doesn't have to go out and sell your Android to this place, your iOS to this place, and put in risk. Okay, they don't have, once they're selling it to you and they have that trust, they don't have to worry about losing their traffic. Because they know, they trust you, and they've done business with you, and you have that business relationship with you. If you stop buying the traffic, now they're scrambling. They gotta sell it to pop ads, ExoClick, they gotta sell it to all these different networks because they gotta make money off the traffic. That's how they survive. Does that make sense to everyone? If you're not buying it, someone else has to buy it. And in the first of the month, if you say, you know what, we're getting a better deal somewhere else. In fact, I'm sorry, we can't renew this media buy. You are in a position of power. And using those 3 steps, you are going to get to that position of power. And to answer that question that I gave you earlier, the answer to that question is the instant ROI super boost. Now you have the power. Now you name your price on the traffic. Isn't that sexy? You can get it dropped by 50%. An instant 50% jump. That was the answer to your quiz, folks. You don't have to buy more traffic, you don't have to pay more. You just lower the price. And you do that with your lessons that you do. You got this? You got this right?
Yeah. Well, I got it right. We got the answer.
You got the answer right? Okay, awesome. Who else got it right? Raise your hand if you got it right. Wow. Wow. 4 people got it right. Wow. I told you I'm here to challenge you folks. Alright? You're here to learn. And in fact, I have to go faster because I do have a lot more information to go through. Alright? So the first of the month, you say, alright, we combine your traffic from your site for this amount of time. You know what? I'm very sorry. Another site has made us a better offer. And you're in this extremely, folks, you name your price. Imagine naming your price for your traffic. You are all going to be able to do that once you add this up. You're able to name your price. And now, folks, it's the sexiest thing of all. When people ask me what my ROI is, you know what I say? Whatever I want. Whatever you want your ROI to be. If you want 200% ROI, you hold out till the first of the month and say, hey, give me a 20% discount, a 30% discount, because in fact, the traffic for them gets cheaper by the day too. Because of the volume, they increase. This is all coming together. The traffic volume is increasing every single day. And we're small pool of marketers. There are very few people getting into this industry. Because there's only one of me revealing this stuff. There's only one person showing this stuff. There's another guy who's underground. He will only do a room of 20 people for $15K, and he doesn't show any of this. It's all generalized info. Is this making sense to everyone? So do you see the whole business model coming together? Can everyone see themselves doing this? Yes. It's not hard, it's simple, right? I told you I love making things simple. So you negotiate your price. They will send you an invoice to renew. As soon as you get that invoice in email box, you call them, you email them and say, you know, in fact, this other site is giving us a better deal. So can you do anything for us? And they want you, they need you. They're dependent on you to buy their traffic month after month. So by month 2 and 3, that's when you can start naming your price. That's when you can pick the ROI you want. You just let them know you have another offer to another site at a lower cost. And folks, believe it or not, these traffic managers, they're making 30, 40% margin on them. That's how cheap the traffic is. Even more. And they will go negative 1 month just to keep your business. Because they know traffic prices going down and down and down. Because we're small pool buyers. And traffic, as I showed you the stats, 30% growth in 6 months, 100% growth in a year. If traffic volume doubles, and the barrier of entry is high like we want it, like it is now, and you folks are buying traffic, and in 1 year it doubles, the price drops by 100%. And now we have the power, our ROIs go up. Alright, so, this is Paris Hilton. Now, I'm going to keep this PG, but this is my attempt at a bad joke. So, one day I asked the traffic manager, I said, I want to scale a campaign. It's doing great. We want as much traffic as we can get. How much can we get? And he goes, Jordan, we have more traffic than Paris Hilton's bedroom. So I thought it was funny. We have more traffic than Paris Hilton's bedroom. They have so much, you can order as much as you want. That's the truth of the matter. But it's developed, you have to use those 3 steps, okay? Make sure you're using risk IQ. Make sure you're testing beforehand. Get the premium offers. Use the 3 steps. This is a system. This is it. When part 4, when I reveal in a moment part 4, the automation, you'll have it all. The race car, okay? And that is what I came here to share with you. And you lead with the entire system. Alright? Not just one campaign, not just one trade here, one trade there, but a franchise. You guys like that? That was my idea before this event, and I knew I had it in person, because imagine doing all this on a webinar. It would take 20 webinars to do all this. But in person, together, we get real, and I can get up here and just be honest with you and share this stuff. This is where we can really get hands-on. And folks, the day it happened to me on that mountain was the first day I completely stopped working in my business and stepped out. And that's why I was so freaking high, literally on that mountain. Not high on the road, high up on that mountain. And that's why I took the drone out and I reveal amps to you guys. Because it was the first time I was able to step out of my business and let the automation occur. The automation plus the stats I'm showing you, the growth, plus all the new apps coming out, and these really good moats for us, these really good barrier of entries around our business. Here's an example. In the airline industry, how big is the barrier of entry to start an airline? You gotta have, what, probably
Deep pockets.
$1 billion bucks? What?
Deep
Deep pockets. And how many airlines probably fail? Because there's only, what, a dozen major airlines in the US? Okay? So when I look for a business, the reason I have been successful is I look for businesses with moats, areas around them. And then I find a way through. Because when I hit a wall in life, one of my talents, one of my skills, when I hit a wall, I either go left or right or or over or find a door, but I do whatever it takes to get through that wall, because I know on the other side of that wall, there are 1,000 quitters that didn't get there. Are you guys in this?
Yes.
And none of you are going to quit. Because quitting lasts forever. And after part 4, all you gotta do is implement this, you get through the wall, and you are in Candyland, honeyhole folks, where I wake up every single day, and I get to do what I love. The business is running automatically. We check our stats in the morning. We see green coming in every day. And then I get to do what I really love. And I get to experiment. I get to test, do crazy tests. Okay? So, obviously, I would not let you leave without giving you a premium network. Okay, that would be a disservice to you guys. Okay? I will not let you leave without giving you the name of the premium network. Okay? So I approached my traffic manager, and he said I could give you his email tonight. Right? Part 4. So I'm gonna make you wait for part 4. Give you his email. Now, when you email him, let him know, okay, and this is going to be your homework assignment, okay, I want you to craft an email, and this time I'm not going to do a template, I'm going to let you guys get creative. You're going to send us the same email, and in fact, Maggie's going to go over that and check them. Maggie, do you have the results from the homework from that? Would you bring those up to me, folks, real quick? So let's go over the homework from yesterday, because I really want to give you guys feedback. That's what I'm here for. All right, because that email you sent to that network is going to be a premium offer. So Maggie will go over them, and she's going to give me some tips. In fact, Maggie, can you just come up here real quick? Let's start with Daniel from Switzerland. All right, get a mic up here. So here was love letters. He said, "Okay, hi, it's Daniel. 1, we are dealing with significant name literally, number 1, we are dealing with significant name recognition. 2, we recognize your scams in the industry. We wish we could create a long-term relationship. You can visit our sites. We certainly will take all the risks, so we use everything. We understand how essential this is for you. Hope I understand you right, question mark, greetings, Daniel." And what's your critique on that?
Many of these letters that were received were numbered in items. Nobody made it personal. Nobody made it a real love letter. Everybody just took a picture and really kind of just copied everything he did. So when I was reading them, they weren't endearing. They weren't genuine. They were, let me just give you what I was told to give you. Here you go. That's it. I didn't have anybody say that they worked with a specific network. They just said, I work with networks.
Name drop network.
Yeah, give them something. Do a little research, give them something. That was all the critiquing I had on Daniel. There were plenty more that I could.
Give me the hard one. Give me the hard one. The worst one.
Well, not gonna lie, there were a few.
Don't sound like a robot.
Yeah, that was fun. Here.
Also say, what's this? They got all caps.
Don't say that you do not want to get paid. Never say that. Say, I understand. No, it's just a misinterpretation. Don't say, we'll give you all this traffic, but you're not going to pay us. Don't say that. You always want to get paid. However, you want to give them a little bit of freedom. If you didn't like the quality of my traffic, it's okay. We'll eat it. We understand that you weren't happy with what we gave you. That email was less than stellar.
Let's do a good one. Let's show you guys a good one. So this is James Barnes. Mm-hmm. Okay, and let's pick some good stuff out of his art that we like.
Okay. Oh, I need this back, please. Janice Barnes, yes? Okay. So I read your email, and you identified with all the key points that an affiliate manager wanted to see. Janice, are you here? Hello. All right. You identified with everything that I wanted to hear. You went along with everything that Jordan needed to say. When I approve applications, it's in everyone's best interest to name drop. I think we went over that. Campaigns that you're currently working well with or have worked well for you, how you're promoting them. And you definitely referred back to pretty much everything that was correct. I do think you should put, again, do a name drop, Lyft, Uber, and refer to that in the email. Don't say, go to my website and double check. It's a little harder to kind of just go back and forth. You want to automatically know. My biggest critique, I hate to say this, always check your spelling and grammar. I can't tell you how many emails I read that were, you might want to do a spell check. It's a surefire way to get denied. If I read the first paragraph, and it says, I'm denying, so that's how it's going to be. And ultimately, you really want to identify with your affiliate manager. You want to engage them. You want to personalize with them and parallel. Hey, I'm sure you're having a great day so far. This is what's going great in my world. We're doing X amount of dollars. And it's a great way to kind of incorporate a business affiliate manager. I have a lot more, but I don't really want to.
We have time. I think this is really important, guys, because when you're sending these emails to these networks, this email is the difference between getting a premium offer or not, getting into the network or not. If you can't get into these networks, I show you how, but I really want to come with this homework. You're here to learn, so give them a couple more.
Okay. Jason Card. So, hello. All right. So in your email, you did pretty well. The only thing I could say is sell yourself more. Sell your business. Make it known that the quality source of traffic and that you're the quality source that they need. Ultimately, I want your business so we can both make money. If you make money, then I make money. And if I make money, everybody else makes money. So I think your email was pretty good. Just make sure that you sell your business more. Really identify with it. I think I went through about 6 or 7. Do you want me to keep going?
You guys want more of this?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, but this is the painful stuff. Give more. Just go.
I can go without that.
Okay. So Maggie's my Ferrari. She's literally the knife. She's the shark. She gets into these networks and gets the premium offers. So you guys want 3 ninja secrets from her? Yeah. Remember how I told you to clone Maggie? And I was going to show you how to do how
You can't clone me. Let's be clear.
You can't clone her. But 3 ninja secrets that these folks can use in their perspective, they're a little newer, that would make it easier for them to get into the network. Like 3 really, really good things that they could implement.
Sure. So this business is predominantly a male's business. I'm not sure why. Unfortunately, the women aren't really here. I would love to see you guys more. Most of them are men, and most of them are hard, mean people. They don't care. They're tough. Yes, ma'am. I'm glad you're here. So ultimately, you have to stroke their ego. It sucks. That's how I get some of these deals that I do, is I'm really nice and say, oh wow, you look so great. I was in New York last week and had to meet with hundreds of people, and I had to walk this great, huge lobby, and putting a name with a face. I think Brian yesterday hit on something that was a great point. Putting a name with a face is always something that you're going to need to do. Go to the shows. If you want to be known, make yourself known. Put your foot down. Hi, I'm Maddie Rath. How can we do business? How can I make you money? That's the best thing that you can do. We're all here to make money. It's not a get-rich scheme to do all this stuff. Everybody's working hard. I'm working hard. He's working hard. You're working hard. Make sure that everybody knows that. Make sure that people understand what it is that you're doing in order to be a part of their network.
Guys, can this make you more money? Yeah. This is going to make you more money. This right here. All right. One more thing. How about, so guys, for homework, you're going to email us an email that you can send to a traffic manager. Because I'm going to give you his email tonight. And if the email's not right, he's going to sniff it out and turn you away from traffic. So this is serious. So you're emailing a guy who sells traffic. He's putting his reputation on the line because he brokers it from one of the biggest and best sites in the U.S. Right? Okay. What would you give an example of? Don't give them a copy paste because they're going to copy paste. Just give them a little example of what they should say.
Hi, my name is Maddie Rath. I am willing to make you lots of money. How can we do that together? I want to do X, Y, Z. You fill in the blanks. How do we proceed from here? Please reach out to me via Skype, email, or send me a quick text message and I'll call you to follow up. Short, sweet, simple, get the point across. Let's make money.
I love it. Perfect. All right, folks, we're gonna wrap up. I'm gonna actually, Maggie will critique your homework, your traffic letter, and then I'm gonna give you guys a traffic source. He said that you have to carry it to an email, so they got enough instruction on the staff to handle all your folks and serve all your folks for your traffic. So part 4, you know I say the sexy stuff for last. It's coming. Each part again is this business in a box. So you guys see yourselves doing this? Yes. Is this going to make you money, folks? Yes. Okay. All right. So in a minute, I'm going to bring up Dave Andrews. And we are going to take a break shortly. So, Dave, would you like to come up?
Yes.
Everyone, welcome Dave. Let's
Wow, isn't that fun? Yeah. I'm excited. So one of the things that we want to do here at lunchtime, we've got something pretty important we want to do. And I think a lot of you sometimes just need some coaching or something to sit down with to truly help you and answer your questions. So obviously Jordan's up here teaching, and I'm up here motivating. So what we decided to do is during this training bring some very special coaches. Right, Jordan?
Yeah, these are guys that are actually in my high-level mastermind. I try to practice what I preach, and I'm in a mastermind, and these guys are in my mastermind. And I told you about being a champion and training martial arts, and I just want to talk briefly about that. What would happen in my training environment is all of my training partners, we would support each other, essentially. And these guys support me in my business. I have an issue, I call them up, and they help me out. And really, the biggest thing is when I'm having a bad day, and when I was training, and I didn't want to get out of bed, and I would want to skip practice, they'd come over to my house and say, "Get your ass up and get to practice." All right. Get in accountability, right? Yeah. So these guys are in my mastermind. They run different businesses, obviously. They are extremely, extremely intelligent, and we want to bring them here because, as you can see, this is a real business. I'm giving you everything, but Maggie just came up here and showed you guys you're creating your own company that lasts for years. So these guys have their own successful businesses, and I invited them. They're my mastermind. So Dave, you want to invite them up?
Yeah, the first one we brought some coaches to help you and to spend some time with you while you're here. Take a look at, where you're at, where you want to go, and what are the strategies, what are the resources we can do. So the first coach that we brought, we flew actually all the way from Florida, and his name is Adam, and Adam has been an entrepreneur for many years. He's financially free at a very young age, and he's here to empower you. He's going to actually challenge you. And I think you would love to sit down with him and have to take a look at your business. So what I'd like to do is let's bring our first coach up and say, Adam, come up here, Adam.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come up here. Jordan, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to come join you.
Absolutely.
I think for me, one of the biggest things that I can say that can help all of you is the power of a mastermind will change anybody's life. No matter where you're at in your business today, there is always somebody that is just a little bit ahead of you. And if you can listen to them and take the time to pick their brain, do it. So today, I'm really excited to be able to share that with you guys. I'm going to go to lunch. I know Dave's going to bring some other coaches up here, and we're going to share a little bit more information about how we can do that. But ideally, if you're looking to really understand how you could take your business to the next level, how you can actually fully appreciate what Jordan's offering, then sit down with one of us. I think it's going to be good.
Folks, a quick story how I met Adam. Actually, I tore my patella tendon doing this. So I met Adam in my mastermind down there, and we decided to go jet skiing in San Diego. And we're in the bay, Mission Bay, and they strictly prohibit you from taking the jet skis out in the ocean. So what do? We take them out in the ocean. Okay. We go out in the ocean and we see these 20-foot waves. And Adam here gets about 5 feet from shore, guns his jet ski, no hesitation, and he's going 50 miles an hour and he hits this 20-foot wave, and I'm watching him. The jet ski flies off and he's hanging in the air. The jet ski hits the water and he's 20 feet behind it, and I'm like, oh my freaking God. So then I try to do it. I got out to him because we compete in business. We're always competing. So I do it, and I get eyes. I do the same kind of wave, and then I start going, and the throttle with it. And I let off the throttle. I hit the wave, and I feel I'm in the air. I'm not gross. I'm in the air, and I didn't leave the jet ski. I landed with the jet ski and tore my patella tendon. So that's how me and Adam first met and bonded. Because with any mastermind I'm in, I always like to invite my mastermind members, my peers, and we do fun stuff like jet skiing, or we go hiking, and that's a real way to connect with your peers and mentors is your mastermind. For those applying for the mastermind or in the mastermind, guys, take a vacation together. Celebrate yourselves. You know what I mean? Meet up. A lot of you guys live near each other, so yeah, that's a quick story about how I met Adam.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, and I think anytime you take an opportunity to bond with somebody like that, it takes just your business relationship to the complete next level.
Yes.
Being able to watch Jordan actually land the jet ski, and say, hey, well, how'd you do it? I learned now, okay, well, maybe it's not the brightest idea.
So the good thing is you can learn from your mistakes, or you can learn from other people's mistakes. So if you jump away, leave the jet ski.
I've never had to cancel like I did next week. So
all right, so our next coach is somebody who I've known for over a decade. He's built massive business, residual income in his life, multiple different industries. And he's here, he came here, he's from San Diego, he came over here to really sit down with you, figure out what is your glass ceiling, what's stopping you from getting the results you want. And I can share with this, he is amazing at what he does. And so let's give a warm welcome to Jason Kennedy.
Good morning. Good morning. 13 years ago, I had the blessing of my very first mentor and my very first mastermind show me that I don't know as much as I think I do. Anyone had that experience before? Okay? Here's the thing that I learned early on. I built real estate businesses, I built other businesses, and the whole point of that was to create more time. Because what do they teach you? Time is what? Money. Oh, you're wrong. Time is more valuable than money. How many of you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay? And so I learned early on, making all this money is great, but if you're working all the time, Jordan mentioned earlier, if you're working all the time, what's the point? Right? So I learned early on that if I want my business to be at a level where I can create more time, I need to surround myself with people who know a lot more than I do. Does that make sense? How many of you getting that?
Yeah.
Okay? So it started with real estate and it added all the different businesses to that. I just learned a real simple concept. How many of you want to hear this really simple but profound concept? Decide what you want to do and find someone who knows way more about it than you do. That makes sense. Because what will that do for your life? It's that simple. 13 years an entrepreneur, and last thing I'll leave you with is this. The businesses that I've built, the people I've surrounded myself with, the network I've surrounded myself with, people like Dave, people like Jordan, the people that I have surrounded myself with have allowed me to create that time so I can be here for one reason, to give back, to serve you guys. I've had the fortune and the blessing to have people show me how to do this. And so one of the reasons why I'm here is to help you take whatever your goals are and give you clarity. How many of you love the idea of having some clarity come with that? Okay? It's that simple, guys. That's why I'm here. And I'm here to serve and help you guys all weekend long. It's that simple.
Let's give it
All right, folks. This next gentleman, I have a funny story too about him. I'm also in the mastermind with this gentleman. So Sumit is an incredibly talented internet marketer, and he actually owns his own network. Okay, I'm a network owner too, and I like to surround myself with other network owners because running an affiliate network is a whole different beast. I'm not going to teach that; that'll be for long down the road. But I wanted to bring him here because, from his perspective, he sees all the affiliates. He goes into stats and sees the reports, and he sees 100 affiliates, what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. He's a more successful affiliate owner than me, I'm going to be honest with you. All right, because all my successes that I've ever had, what I do is I do this 3-step method. I say, all right, I'm going to surround myself with someone who is not as good as me, someone who is on the same level, and someone who's better. In training jiu-jitsu, we always want those 3 training partners. Does that make sense? Because the person under you, okay, who's not as skilled as you, they're going to teach you things. The person on your same level will teach you things, and of course, the person who's better at you than what you do will teach you things. Okay? So every single day, I would train with those 3 training partners, and it brought me great success. So Sumit is a much better network owner than me, I'll be completely honest. He runs a very successful affiliate network, and I wanted to bring him here because I want him to kind of share his knowledge with you folks. Because as a network owner, you have tremendous knowledge and tremendous power. Okay, it's a 10,000-foot view over the entire network, what everyone's doing. All right, so come on up to me. Very happy to have you with us.
Good morning. How's everybody feeling today? Great. Excellent. So a little bit about myself. So I'm originally from New York, and I came to San Diego because I heard marketers out here doing like 100,000, $1 million a month, and I just got excited. So I said, I'm just gonna take a leap of faith and go out there. How many people in this room have struggled? So one of the things is, how many people like struggling? So I came out here, and I was running a semi-medium traffic agency. I had a lot of clients, and I just kind of became a slave of my business. I said, this is not a good business model. And I was looking for more. So I came out here to San Diego. I realized very quickly this is an entrepreneur's market out here. So I was, eventually I had a job as, a sales floor, learning internet marketing, and I was making like $1,800 a month. And I'm 32 now. So at the time I was 30. And all I wanted to do was to retire my parents. That's the only goal, my only child. And my dad's 76 today. My mom is 70, so they're pretty old people. And they were still working. They're like, what is this kid gonna do? Is he gonna, figure this out? We gotta keep working. They were stressed, by all means, any parents would be. So I came out here on my venture to figure this out, right? I did not want to give up. And I'll tell you guys, the power is that your network is your net worth. That's the one thing that I learned out here in San Diego. I started to go to meetings, started to go to masterminds, started to rub shoulders with top marketers, such as Jordan. So we're in the same mastermind as well together with a couple other guys. And the knowledge, the power that I was able to receive from there, not just the knowledge, but just the friendships, the connections. And since that mastermind, I was able to make the most that I've ever made in my business with Jordan back in January. So thank you so much. I don't think I would share that with you, but that was absolutely. And so after that day, I knew things were changing. I gave my parents a little hope in January. Since that day, today right now, we're on track to do $250,000 a month. So. My parents just retired in June of 2016. We went out to Hamptons. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Hamptons. It's beautiful. We went out all the way out east. And we're sitting there, and my dad actually hugged me, kissed me on the face, and gave me love. Like, I've never received love from my parents like that. But I feel like I'm always on a, achieve. We're always on achieve for our parents, right? And that was a moment for me where I knew that I was able to secure my future because I took action. I took action on what I wanted to achieve, out here in San Diego. I remember driving 15 minutes from Mission Valley to Sorrento Valley out here. It's where all the tech people are. And I'm driving in my car in traffic, and it just really was agonizing to be stuck. But to do the struggle, that feeling of struggle, you've got to embrace the struggle. The struggle is actually a good thing. Because when you get onto the other side, and you're actually around people that care about you, that struggle feels so good that you've actually been through it. So I'm here to serve you today, here to answer any questions that you might have and help you guys get through your struggles.
Awesome. Let's give this host. So I know we're both ex-athletes and coaches, and we believe in coaching. So Jordan brought these individuals here so that they can sit down with each and every one of you, take a look at what's happening with you, and take a look at your business. In fact, how many of you would love to have a coach sit down with you and take a look at your business? Let me see your hands. Wow, that's too many. How many of you are going to be good students and listen to what the coach is saying? Let me see your hands. Wow, that's still a lot of you. So what I'd like to do is, I know lunch is going to be coming up at around 1 o'clock, and so what I'd like to do is, if Ashley is set up back there, what I'd like to do is, what we set up is the coaches to go to lunch with you, a group with you, take it around, do a little mastermind coaching lunch, take a look at your business, take a look at, what JDs, what we need to do to get you unstuck, and just start building that relationship with you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and each coach will take, I think they can only take about 10 people, right? About 10 people.
Yeah, let's do 10 per coach.
10 per coach, so that way you can get to know each one of you and start the process. And so here's what we'll do. Ashley, do you have a work phone back there, or a sign-up sheet? So what we're going to do is take a 10 quick minute break. If anybody wants to go to lunch with the coaches, you got to buy your own lunch, we're going to do the coaching with you. You can go back and sign up. We're going to charge for coaching sessions. Here's what we'll do. How about we waive the fee and it's absolutely for free? How many of you like that? So we'll do the first 10 of you for each one of the coaches go back. You can go ahead and take the first lunch session. So go ahead right now and grab it out. Rest of you take a quick break and get yourself a little rest of your coach. Inventory of what's going on in your mind, what you're thinking, what you want to create. It's very powerful exercises that you're doing. And I know you guys are going to enjoy it. It's going to be amazing. In fact, how many of you have an opportunity to sign up for one of the coaches for lunch? Let me see your hands. All right, very cool. In fact, that many people have signed up, so we'll have to, maybe Jason, we can figure how maybe we can do something else for the rest of the folks and we get a chance to get back there in time also. But what I'd like to do is I'd love to bring a professional welcome to the stage. Jason Kennedy, a very successful entrepreneur, very successful business consultant. He came here, he's here to serve, he's here to give, he's here to empower. So what I want to do is, will you guys give him a great welcome, not just a good one, but a great one?
Well, hello there. We meet again. Wow, you're excited about that. I am overwhelmed. We meet again. All right, that's better. So, Jason Kennedy, San Diego. You heard me talk a little bit for a few minutes during my intro. I'm a serial entrepreneur. How many serial entrepreneurs do we have in the room? Serial entrepreneur. I don't mean like cereal. I mean like numerous businesses, right? Yeah. And it came from a point where, now I'm not going to get too much into it, because really this weekend is about who? You. No. No. This weekend is about who? Us. You guys. Okay? Now, come Monday, you're going to realize that this weekend really is about more than just you. But for now, it's about accumulating the what? The knowledge to make this happen. So, but you know what? I'm going to share a little bit more about what brings me here, why I'm up here talking to you, and all that good stuff. Okay? So I mentioned I'm a serial entrepreneur. 13 years ago, I kind of was forced into that role. Actually, there's no kind of about it. I was forced into that role. How many of you can venture guess what I mean when I say I was forced into that role? Well, I heard it over here. I got laid off. See? Come from a background where, from the time I could remember, it was drilled into my head that the goal in life is to get a good job. And in order to get a good job, you need what? Good education. And that's only half right. You need the right education. But me being me, and a number of you are going to meet with me today and tomorrow, and we're going to start figuring out this plan. And I'm going to get to that in just a few minutes, okay? But me being me, what you're going to realize is I'm an all or nothing kind of guy. There is no in between. So you want to talk about education. Try college. Let's talk college. Let's talk 8 years of college. Some of you are nodding your head. It sounds familiar already, doesn't it? Now, what did that 8 years of college get me? Oh, by the way, how much do you think it cost? Oh, you laugh because some of you know the story. This college cost me $100,000. Got me a master's degree out of Cal State Sacramento. Got me a master's degree in counseling psychology. Got me that coveted what? Job as a high school counselor. Making $30,000 a year gross income. And when I say gross, I crack myself up. Even if you don't laugh, I will. guys, I was bringing home about $1,800 a month. By the way, those of you who get emails from me beyond this weekend, you will see the letters MS next to my name. And on the email signature, right? Stands for Master of Science. It's a master's degree, right? Want to know why you're going to see those letters next to my name? $100,000. That's $50,000 a letter. Bottom line is, was I on the right plan? No. And that's what we're coming to. I was on the plan that everyone else out there teaches you. Right? And I know that's the truth because when I'm telling my story, I didn't tell the story to talk about myself. I told the story because I'm seeing about 80% of the room doing this. Right? That's the plan they taught you. That's not what we're here to teach you. Okay? I learned from that experience that nobody cares about your financial future like you do. Never will. And I don't mean that in a negative way, it is what it is, right? In order to meet those goals, and I actually had it was interesting. I got to read some of your questionnaires in the back, the ones you filled out, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Like, why are you here? All that good stuff, right? And man, there's a lot of cool people in this room. I saw a lot of, why do you want to do this? Well, I want to make a difference. I want to help family. I want to help my friends. I saw a lot of that. You know what I'm talking about, right? A lot of people really want to give back, right? I don't talk so good. Anyway, that's all great. And let me tell you something. That is the best reason to be here. How do you serve others? Because it's a real simple concept. The more you serve others, guess what comes back? Man, you want to build your business, you give, and it'll come back. With all that being said, all of that doesn't make it. And hear me, actually, let me ask you guys a question. How many of you have been to a seminar before at any time? You can see it's show of hands. Okay, you guys all been there. And what is the experience that every single one of you had throughout that weekend? Okay, in other words, let me ask it this way. How many of you have already picked up tremendous knowledge and information from Jordan and the last 2 days just in general? Okay? How many of you agree that this has been already one kick booty mamma jamma training so far? Let me hear it. Now let me give you the other side of it. None of that makes a darn bit of difference. All the information, and let me ask you another question that popped in my head, live via satellite, if you will, right? How many of you are already feeling like you're drinking from the fire hose? I know that. So when I talk to some of you, you're just like, what? Okay, all of that is great. None of it matters if come Monday you don't have a plan. And that's what I'm getting to. I know, because 13 years as an entrepreneur, okay? 10 years as a mentor, as a coach, as a consultant, as a trainer, in various businesses, started with real estate and then added other businesses like this one because I wanted to create what? More time. With all that being said, I sat in these chairs. I sat in these chairs 13 years ago. It changed my life. And I know that feeling, man. Sunday rolls around, and you're juiced. You're excited. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna take over the world. Then Monday morning rolls around, and you go, what do I do next? What's my first step? Some of you have had that experience before, right? So that's what this is all about. Okay? In a few minutes, well, you already heard Dave talk about it. You've heard Jordan talk about it. Our biggest role here, Jordan, myself, Adam, the consultants, the coaches, if you will, yeah, we're here to answer questions. We've been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, okay? We know it works, we know it doesn't work. So yes, we're here to answer questions, but the most important function and the biggest reason why we're here is to give you clarity. I mentioned that up on stage. Give you clarity. so that come Monday, you're like, okay, cool, I know what's next. I know what to do now. Because if you don't have that clarity, what's going to happen Monday? Human nature says you're going to freeze. Right? You're going to freeze, you're going to go back to your routine. 6 months from now, you're going to go, man, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Right? Those are the 3 most dangerous words in the English language as far as I'm concerned. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. So, we're here as consultants to give you clarity. We started that process before the break. A handful of you are going to meet with us at lunch. Okay? A handful of you are going to meet with us, and we're going to start that process. The next step of the process is we are going to, in a few minutes, we're going to hand out a questionnaire. Okay? It is a confidential questionnaire, meaning it's between you and us, the coaches. What is that questionnaire designed to do? Simple. We're going to take those questionnaires from you. We're going to read through them. Because this is one of our tools that we use to figure out, number one, where are you now? And more importantly, what? Where do you want to go? Okay? And again, I mentioned this is confidential, so I want you to understand we take your information very seriously. Okay? But I want you to understand that we are here to serve you. This is one of the ways we're going to do it. So, in a few minutes, Jordan, if we could hand those out, the questionnaires here pretty quick. Do we have the questionnaires? In a few minutes, we're going to hand out the questionnaires. And I want you to take this time, before we go to lunch, I want you to take the time to fill out the questionnaires. It's a couple pages, not a big deal, okay? Take the time to fill out the questionnaires, hand them to the middle, and we will collect them. It's a real cut and dry, straightforward tool, okay? But again, we're going to use them when we sit down, because what we're going to do is we're going to start sitting down with you guys on a one-on-one basis and figure out what is your plan. This is custom to you. Does that make sense? So, as the team is coming around and handing out the questionnaires, just take a few minutes. Take a few minutes to fill them out, get them to the middle. We'll also be wandering around. We'll be wandering around to answer any questions you might have on the questionnaires. And then we'll go from there. We're going to use these to schedule your one-on-ones. Okay? So, if we could get some questionnaire filling out type of music. I was thinking the Jeopardy song, but that'll work. Actually, I like this one. That's good. That's good. So yeah, let's take a few minutes. Fill it out. If you have any questions, we will be around to answer them. Not a problem at all. Exactly where you are and where you want to be. As all of us mentioned from the stage when we did our intro, I don't know if you caught a common theme amongst the three of us. But one thing that I'm hoping that you heard, because this is critical. I don't care if you're just getting started. I don't care if you've been doing this for 10 years. I don't care if you're at this level and you're just looking to take it to the next level. Common theme, and this is something that I've learned from my 13 years as an entrepreneur and from my network of mentors that have been in my life. Your network and who you surround yourself with is one of the keys to success. It's that simple. Surround yourself with people who know more than you do. And we're starting that process this weekend. When you sit down with either myself or one of the other coaches. When you have finished the questionnaire, just pass it towards the middle and we will collect them. Again, imagine if on Monday, or I should say, imagine when Monday rolls around, you know exactly what your next steps are. As I was saying earlier, I'm reading through some of your initial questionnaires I believe you filled out yesterday, the day before. You guys have got some really cool ideas. Now it's time to organize it, structure it, so you can make something happen. How many people are ready to just explode their business from this point on and have a strong finish in 2016? Absolutely, I love it. As you wrap up, as you finish up, just go ahead and pass it towards the middle. And we'll collect them from you. And again, this is the main tool. This is the tool that we're going to use as your consultants today and tomorrow. This is one of the main tools we're going to use to help you figure out what's your plan, what comes Monday, what's next. Have any questions on anything? Just raise your hand. We can come around and answer your questions. Not a problem at all. All right, about 5 more minutes. If some of you have finished early, you can just hold them up, and the team will come by and grab it. How many of you were intrigued when you heard from stage that you could be making 6 figures a month doing this business? How many people like the sound of that? How many people want to do more than that? Do it twice, right? It's all about just following the system and having a plan. It's that simple. So if you finished early with your questionnaire, just hold it up, and the team will come and grab it from you. here. Wait! Everyone, wait! I just had a brilliant idea. Adam, can you tell me what my brilliant idea was again? Oh yes, my brilliant idea! Live via satellite! We had... Come on, y'all, that was fun. So you're like, no it wasn't. Yes it was. Yeah. Alright, so, live via satellite through Adam, I have a brilliant idea. We had a tremendous response, as you saw, from the lunch session meeting that we set up. We ran out of space really fast, so what we just got clearance to do is we will, for those of you who did not get an opportunity to sign up for the lunch session, Adam and myself, the team, right, we are going to be here early in the morning tomorrow at 7:45. We are going to open up another session. Okay? So if you've already signed up for the lunch session, go ahead and do me a favor and let other people have a shot. But we've decided due to popular demand, we obviously had a much bigger response than expected. We're going to open up a morning breakfast session tomorrow at 7:45 so we can accommodate those of you who did not get a chance to sign up earlier today. Is that cool or is that cool? Now, we will have a sign-up sheet. And all I'm going to say, I have one rule. Y'all better show up, those of you who signed up. 7:45 is early in the morning. Okay? I am happy to be there. And I'm happy to serve, and I'm happy to help you guys, as is the team. Just make sure you sign up. Be here at 7:45 out front, and we will take you to another location, and we'll sit down, and we will have another session with you. So you guys can pick our brains, we can give you guidance, all that good stuff. How many people love the fact that we just opened up another session? How many people are okay with that? Awesome. Stay with you. That's awesome. How about the rest of you? So again, how many of you are ready to pick our brains? Let's put it that way. All right. So we're going to do that. We'll have a sign-up sheet later on today for that morning session. Take advantage of it. I'm going to tell you right now, and this is not the toot our own horn by any means, but when you have people in the room that have the knowledge and experience and can show you how to make money, how huge is that? How huge is that, guys? How many of you understand the opportunity that's here right before you? Because again, nothing's more important than what? Knowledge. Okay? So we're going to have that tomorrow morning. If you have not yet finished your questionnaire, wrap it up and start. We'll just either hand it up in the air, pass it forward, whatever. Let's get those turned in so that your team can start. The team can start going through. We're going to start setting up one-on-ones with you guys. Thank you very much. And in a few moments, we are going to take our lunch break. Okay, those of you who signed up with one of us to do the lunch session with the team, just meet us right out here by the doors in the back. We're going to go across the street to Anthony's Fish Grotto for lunch, and this will be our opportunity to ask questions and start the process of getting guidance. So, it is, what time is it right now? It is 12:27. We are going to take, there you go. We're going to take, is it an hour and a half? Ashley, hour and a half? Hour and a half. Okay, cool. We're going to take a 90-minute lunch break. How long? 90 minutes. How long? 90. All right. And those of you who have lunch meetings with us, meet us in the back. For the rest of you, be back here at 90 minutes, which I believe, this is about 2 o'clock, all right? Give yourself a round of applause for Austin number 2. Make your minds clean for American. Make sure you do so before you leave for lunch.
the technology guys and go to lunch. You know, come on, y'all, go to lunch. I love you guys.
I think she wants us out of here. Get the message.
I love you, but
Here
you
comes
guys
the
out
bouncer.
there, I'm gonna love you no matter where you are, especially if you're not even here right now. You wanna stay on the Christmas side of this? Come on, people. Let's go. Cut that. I love you guys. You know that? I got it, Chris.
They gave me a great follow instructions.
You get an A for it. You guys, you gotta clear the room, and this girl has to. Okay, I'm about to become right now. Alex, I need to leave my dog. Come on. Thanks, Lord.
Get me out.
If there's never taking you out, there's always letting you back in. You too as well. Nice to meet you. My baby girl wants to eat. All right. Come on, guys. Leave the premises. Remember when you're back, I swear I'll see you by the way. Like me, my bartender,
Right here, the microphone. I want to make sure that we can get through these all today, and make sure that all of you have a very, very good amount of value taken away here. So, any question whatsoever, bring it up. If you could keep it specific to the optimization, then we're going to be able to get into some very high-level stuff. We do have a couple more sessions left, so if there's something that's going to be covered a little bit later on, then we're just going to go ahead and share that with you guys that we'll cover that a little bit later. Be mindful of the fact that we did point out a very, very elaborate event for you, and we do want to make sure that we stick to that and give you guys as much valuable information as possible. So I look forward to that, and I know that Jeff looks forward to that as well. So we've got a couple of people lined up here. As the line goes through, again, I'm going to ask that we all get some good participation on this. The more that we ask, the more that we get. The more that you guys give us, the more that we give you guys. Yes, absolutely. So make sure that we play by those rules. All right, first question, go ahead.
I thought we were going to possibly talk about an optimization part of this seminar of the reselling of the traffic, because it's still unclear to me and maybe to others. And then the second question was about flows in volume, setting up flows in volume.
Okay, so flows and volume, and then optimization. So yeah, this looks like an easy one for you.
No, right? I can already answer the flows question. There's no way without me getting a laptop and spending probably the next 45 minutes just going through flows because it's a programming issue.
Right.
So
Take you to dinner.
maybe. Now, as far as the selling traffic, again, you know, most of the traffic sources that you guys are buying from, especially sources like ExoClick is a good one. They buy and sell traffic. Almost every one of the traffic sources buy and sell traffic. And so if you're looking to resell your back-end traffic, then my suggestion would be, one, to go in, like ExoClick, I believe, because Jordan did a webinar where he actually was in the traffic selling area. And so they actually have an area in ExoClick that you can go in and sign up, and it will tell you how much they will pay for your traffic, CPM, and then you can just go ahead and, so that's one way to do it. Again, the other one that I suggested yesterday is, you know, there's affiliates out there that you can sell your traffic to. And so some of the forums are places to look for. So if you're in any of the, you know, some of the mastermind forums that are on Facebook, those are things, and I wouldn't go out there and broadcast tag traffic for sale, because then you're going to turn into a traffic selling business.
Right.
But if if you read and you really, go through the forums, you might be able to pick out some people that you think and then contact them, message them directly, and start, a little bit of engagement with them and talk to them and say, hey, I've got this traffic, would you be interested in buying it? So those are two ways to do it. But the traffic, like ExoClick, I mean, you can go right in there, and it's got a platform buying. There's a buying area platform of ExoClick that you can go in, say how much traffic you have, what it is, and they'll give you. I mean, the platform just gives you a CPM price. They'll pay for it right there.
If we're buying premium traffic, should we stay away from selling any traffic?
No, I didn't quite.
If we're buying premium traffic, should we stay away from reselling?
No, I mean, if you've still got traffic coming off the back end, I mean, it's still coming off the back end. If you can redirect it, then there's nothing wrong with reselling that.
So if you're going to go and resell traffic and you're going to use it through the forums and through different masterminds or individual connections, you should consider the power of strategic partnerships. Like Jeff said, you're not going to broadcast that out to the world. You don't want that to be the direction that you're headed. However, it is a good alternative source of revenue, an alternative source of building your business and leverage. So strategic partnerships is the ability to find 3 to 4 really good partnerships that you can have and leverage into building your business, being your partner for that. When you do that, then you're not broadcasting out to the world. You have key players that you play with, and they know that you play well. And then from there, it's just about rinse and repeat.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman, and thank you, Mr. Smith. God bless you.
And I'm not trying to bypass the flows, but like my guys here in the front, they can say, I mean, even on the webinar that I covered flows, I did maybe about 20 minutes or so, and we just barely really scratched the surface of how to use it. So that itself is an entire presentation. That's just, I'm not trying to bury that question. It's just that we'll be here for the next 45 minutes. And I'll have a keynote together.
Right. So we'll make note of that, Jeff, the next live event. How many of you guys would like to see us do a section just on flows? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Next question.
Hey Jeff, thanks for everything you're doing here. It's really helpful. My question has to do with again volume and particularly top ads, or if there's any other next best traffic source that you use to collect data. And I was wondering, do you add any other tags to the basically to the link that you send back to pop ads in order to bring any additional information in? Or are you just using the standard, set of tags?
I mean, with the F_sub ID equals click ID,
right?
That passes back enough information. It's just pop ads tracks really well. They've got, and so the data is just there. I mean, you go over to run a report, you do the drop down menu and volume. I mean, you've got everything. You've got models, devices, geos, landers, locations, OSs. I mean, it's a extensive list. Doesn't require any special tags.
Okay.
But what it does require is that traffic source be set up properly when you set up the traffic source, not the link, because remember, the tracking tags for pop ad, which is already self-populated in volume, so you can go in and you go new traffic source.
I noticed recently in volume it says it doesn't fully support pop ads anymore. Have you seen that or not?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I was just getting started with it, trying to manage it all by myself. It's a communication area between the two platforms.
Have you guys seen that? Of course, we've been here, so.
Yeah.
That might be for the tracking of the cost, which we've never done. We don't.
Yeah, I've always had trouble trying to
But
figure out.
so as long as when you set up your traffic source and make sure that the tags are in there under the traffic source setup part, then your tracking link, it's going to carry all that data back in.
Okay.
And make sure that each one of the you know, it's easy, like self-advertising is kind of goofy because they're not goofy. I mean, if somebody does traffic, you can buy, but they use these double ampersand, right? Or not ampersand, but
pound signs.
Yeah, on each side of their tracking tag. So, and if there's, and volume that at them, but for tracking sources that are not pre-populated in volume, do not be shy to contact the either support or traffic manager on that traffic platform, because their job is to make sure that you have the information you need to use their traffic in the best manner. Because if you don't, and so you have a bad experience with the traffic platform, you're not going to buy traffic from them. So they're there to help you. I mean, that's what they're there for. So, and they will. They'll send you screenshots. They'll send you whatever. And so,
and like you said, each one of our traffic sources has sort of a different flavor.
Yeah, every is different.
I mean, what's your second favorite after pop ads that gives good traffic and good data to help kind of do research on the first test?
Bad cash or self-advertising, probably, I think. What do you guys think?
Ad cash.
Yeah.
Ad cash.
I'm sorry, but these are my guys, so
Yeah.
we all.
Okay, and the last quick one is, Rob was asking about flows. I was just curious as to whether in any like the refinement stages of testing, do you ever use rules, and how would you, why would you use rules in order to help on that?
Okay, so there's rules and paths, and then there's flows.
Right.
So, and they're the same thing, but different. So what flows does is it's kind of a programming platform that uses rules and paths basically the same way. The difference is when you're using flows, once you set up a flow, when you go in to set up a campaign on another traffic source or whatever, you can choose that flow, and then all of a sudden just puts those rules and paths in there. And then back over in flows, you can see each individual campaign that flow is running on. If you make a change in flows, it pushes that across the entire, all the traffic sources that you have that flow on. So instead of having, and that's why I like flows, because it's more eloquent. And so instead of going through each individual traffic source and campaign and changing the rules and paths, you can use flows and just make the one change, and then it just pushes it through to every single campaign that flow is running on. So that's why it's a time saver. But the two are basically the same. It's just a different use of them, and the higher end way to use it is to do it in flows.
So it like sets up a template?
Pardon?
It like sets up a template for your campaign or for your...
It does. I mean, it creates it does. I mean, instead of just doing it over here one time, it does it up here globally, and then you can then when you go to set up a new traffic source, you have flows. That's a drop down in there, and you can have a bunch of flows set up, and you can choose that flow that you want and just click it, and there it is. It's populated right there. And then you go back over into flows and look, and you'll see that it'll show up over there, and you'll see that that flow is running on that campaign. So,
okay, just
that might have helped a little bit over here. So
yeah, we find it on as a specific instance, if you're doing the first day of testing and you notice you're performing in Texas and the East Coast, but the West Coast is not, would you ever occur to you to
first of all, we already talked about not looking at this the first day.
Okay. Well, I said after the first day.
After the second day.
Okay. All right. After the second day, if you notice the West Coast is not performing, do you ever put like a rule in and just kind of take that traffic off?
I don't right then start building a flow out. I want to continue my testing just on pop ads.
Right, yeah.
But then once I start we've gone through the first couple day testing with the control, then we've picked out the blacklist, whitelist, and we've kind of done a run with there. Then if that campaign is worth carrying on, and then I'm working on geos and some things like that, then it makes sense if I'm going to scale it to other traffic sources to then go to flow and say, okay, this is how I want to segment this traffic.
It basically makes it a one and done versus
But
doing it in.
to set it up the first time,
Well, I just noticed, for instance, sometimes we're paying for an awful lot of traffic in California early on in the test, not getting any conversions, and it just occurred to me it'd be nice to just send that to another offer and test that. So, okay, thanks.
because it's not going to convert on the other offer either.
All right, thank you. Next question.
I have two questions. So, the first question is, like, for the movies, do we have to use volume? Is there an alternative to volume and rack space?
Okay, I'm going to need for you to speak up, I'm sorry.
So basically, is there an alternative to volume and rack space, right?
Well, there's lots of CDMs, so as far as that's concerned, but I mean, rack space works great, and I'm not sure why, but as far as tracking platform, volume is probably it's probably the best one at the cost. It's the only one that I use other than Google Analytics, that's unless you're doing AdWords, PPC campaigns, you can do some tag manager stuff, but yeah, volume, for what we're doing, volume integrates well with all the other tools that we use. And I mean, that's why it's got pre-populated traffic sources. Yes, sir?
Volume is free for under 100,000 actions per month. So if you're small. It was when I did.
But I mean, I haven't used another track. I'm sure there's plenty of tracking systems out there. It's just Volume's the one that I use, and it's the one that I'm familiar with.
And then I had a couple people trying to explain it to me, but I'm kind of new with the whole blacklist, whitelist, and I seen that you said to take the CSV file, copy it to Excel or Google Docs, wherever you put it at. And then how do I read the columns so I know which site IDs not to use? Like what's
if I had I could go to that plate, but I don't have that. When you put that CSV file in and you organize, first you want to go Z to A on the conversion side, because obviously you want the sites that are converted. And then you can also Z to A, and I look at EPV, not EPC, because I want visit to cost. And so, I mean, if you've got, it's real easy on the left-hand column. If you have a site that's getting, 5,000 visits and you haven't had a conversion on it, and you've got sites that are getting 500 visits and have conversion, well, it's pretty easy to see those. You just need to, just grab that and just go right on down and keep going until it gets all the way to the bottom, and just cut and paste and go right over into pop ads, go into the website targeting, go into excluded, and just paste that right in there and hit save. And it just saves it. Probably where the confusion is if we've got a $2. That's the nicest I've written in a long time. All right, so if we've got a $2 CPM, which is 0.002, then this is the EPV. This equals this. So when we pull that under the EPV column, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for sites that are higher than this. Now, when I'm beginning my optimization, I will take some sites that are below this. So maybe we've got 0.0015, even though I'm spending $2 CPM, because I haven't optimized yet. So we're blacklisting and whitelisting, but we haven't touched models. We haven't touched OSs. So you may be able to take a site that has a lower EPV with some optimization and pull the EPV up so that it's higher than the CPM, which equals profit. Does that make sense?
It made perfect sense.
Okay. And yeah, I use EPV and CPM because these two numbers effectively are the same thing, just in a different format, except that in pop ads, you're 002. 002. That's the EPV. You've got to have an EPV higher than your CPM or you're losing money. But when we first start out, I will pull some sites that are below that because I haven't optimized yet. And so there's a lot of things that I could potentially do with those sites to pull the EPV up above my CPM so that site goes profitable. No guarantees there, but it's a fish worth chasing.
So if there's a way to talk about your formula, right? Like your specific difference between those to know which ones you're going to want to target or keep, or those that you're going to want to get rid of. Like, how can you help them understand how to lower that gap, right? How to make it more efficient from the get-go?
Experience is a hard thing to do. Knowledge is easy. You know, I used to tell my dog's clients, I can give you every bit of knowledge that I have. I can put my brain in your head. But without the experience to go with the knowledge, then the application of it takes time to mature. And so you just have to kind of go through a few of these optimization campaigns and look at them as if you're going to start this and you haven't done what I talked about this morning, don't look at this as you're going into it to learn to optimize as opposed to try to profit. So now you're investing that test money in your education to learn to better optimize. And learning how to optimize properly is something that will carry through your entire career of mobile marketing. I mean, it's a critical point in the success of a campaign. So, you know, $50, $75 is not a huge, 4 or 5 times, and then really keeping good records again, and then going back and reviewing what you've learned, and then drawing the patterns and experience from that. I mean, that's a pretty worthwhile education. And in the meantime, you might find that you actually take one and make money with it. So now that investment's now starting to pay back.
Very good. So next question.
Yes, sir. Back to this morning's presentation, you said on your initial run, you're setting up the 3 campaigns, pick any one of them. If you're having a $30 spend in pop ads, instead of getting a spike in the first 2 minutes where you spend $30, how do you split it across 24?
Thank you.
Okay.
That was my question.
Is that like 10%, 25%, or how do you determine what?
Well, no.
On the spot?
I don't throttle. When I open up, I don't even want to be throttled, but I'm sending more traffic. But you can throttle it by
one cost or impressions per second.
Okay, so if you go into you can go into, I can't remember which line in pop ads as you do all the drop downs, But go into that throttling, and then yes, you can make it so that it doesn't just blast it all out at one time.
I tried that once, just what he said to do, and basically they laughed at me. He said, at $30 spend, you can't do that. They wanted more spend before they would spread it out, clicks per minute or whatever.
Their minimum is $3.60 an hour.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good. So keep that in mind, guys, whenever you're looking for ways to participate in this. You know that you can't always, play at the highest level when you're just getting started out. That's a mindset aspect. Believe that it's possible, know that it's possible, but know that everybody has to start somewhere. Whenever you know that and you play by a little bit of a different set of rules, I love the fact that Jeff said that piece about investing in your education towards this, because the more that you do that, the more that you think of this as a learning experience in the beginning, the further you're going to be able to take this. At the end of the day, everybody starts somewhere, and you have to think of it that way.
I have an answer to this question.
Yeah, fire away.
If you put in $30 one day and $30 the next day, when you get down to a certain point at pop ads, it will throttle itself.
It will. It's $3 an hour, $3 a minute, or whatever. But see, I don't usually, when I run one on pop ads, I don't generally have it just flat. Now, ExoClick, when you turn that puppy on, man, if you got it open, you're spending some money, because it's gone in 5 minutes. But I haven't had actually that experience with pop ads. It seems to flow a little bit.
ExoClick is what made me want to take a look at you guys taking over my campaign.
But if you're worried about that, then one thing that you could do, and I don't like to do this in the beginning, but you could day part. That would be another way. But this young lady back there in the back is correct. When you get down to a certain point, it just starts throttling itself.
Okay, next question.
Mine was about throttling, but I just wanted to say thank you so much, Jeff, because you filled in so many of the missing pieces, and I truly appreciate your 3 days walking with your dog on the river thinking it through. So, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I want to echo her sentiments. I think everybody appreciates you tremendously, Jeff.
I appreciate all you guys. I do it because of you guys.
Yeah. Earlier you were talking about the blacklist. Of course, we get from the CSV file and we populate that into pop ads. But you also were talking earlier about a different blacklist, and I kind of lost you there. With the one that you said it could outperform the white list earlier today, and you said maybe that would work through. So it seems there was 2 different blacklists you were referring to.
No, there's a standard blacklist that Jordan originally gave out. It's in the sites.
Yeah.
You can download it. That's just a list that Jordan and JWS has just built over time of sites that Pop Ads has. It just basically is just junk traffic.
Yeah, I know that one, but it seemed that you mentioned feeding a blacklist earlier, unless I misunderstood you. You said you had, maybe it was because you had started out with the...
well, we started out with that standard blacklist, just to keep those sites from sending us traffic.
Yeah.
But then we have, and if we're ready, we'll stay up to speed. So we have our control, and then let's say blacklist, or if it makes more sense, I could say red list.
That may be.
Do you have a black marker?
Let's make this really simple.
But can you not read that?
No, I agree. Say red.
Is that easier?
Yeah.
I like red because I'm up here in red. Now I'm making green. All right, so we've got our control, and then we've got our white list, which is our profitable sites. And we have our black list, which are sites that are just not doing anything for us. So we run this control, couple days. We get our data, we pull the CSV, we throw it up, and then based on what I talked about here, these sites that fall below the benchmark that I'm willing to accept for a loss on a site, everything that's below that, I just take that entire left-hand column, start to highlight, and just drag all the way to the bottom of the page and just let it go all the way down to the bottom. Copy that, and go back into top ads, and add that, as well as the standard blacklist. And then it will just combine those together into a big, long list of sites that you've excluded.
That I'm clear about. Maybe it was the red list that you just referred to as blacklist.
And then the white list, we're taking the sites that are above our benchmark, and we're grabbing those, and we're taking them up into the whitelist campaign. We're putting them in the included. Now, that does then stop that blacklist, because see, we can't include and exclude simultaneously in top ads. So now, but you've only included those whitelist sites. So you should, and this is just, who here has propeller ads? Okay, in June, I ran, what did we run, Claire? 1.5 million?
Yeah.
About that, about $1.5 million out of propeller ads. 400,000 visits did not get to my account. The only reason I did not stop it is because even with that amount of traffic not hitting the site, the dang thing was converting so flipping well that I just kept running it, even though we were seeing that I was not getting, I mean, a significant percentage, I mean, almost 30%. So I'm having a little discussion about $1,700 worth of traffic that I'm owed back by Pop Cash. And I went through this with Pop Cash. Claire was kind enough to attack them, and all of a sudden money showed back up in my account. So watch that. You know, 3 or 5%, 2%, but when it's 5% and above, I start watching. So I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, so we want to take those sites that are above that EPV benchmark, and we want to whitelist those and put them up here. But remember, I talked about the shining star. And so if you see a site that is like an EPV of 2.5, which you saw some of those. I mean, these are those profit pool sites that now I'm going to pull them completely away from these 3 campaigns. I'm going to put them in a campaign. I already know I'm going to have to raise my bid, but now I want traffic from those sites, because those sites are converting the best. And then we play the teeter-totter game versus ROI and volume. But I profit pool those sites into a separate campaign and run them. Very much like I did with the ad cash. I ran a lot of traffic off of 38201, 32801, 32801, I think it was. So why? I don't know, but follow the numbers. Because it's not an emotional game.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
I got a few, but stick to 1 or 2.
All right.
Since you were bidding at $2 and you had that 2.5, what would you be increasing with that new campaign? What would you increase your bid to?
I believe when I did my presentation, when we go into the whitelist and blacklist, I'm starting those at 3. I'm just going $3, because now I'm starting to include and exclude, So I already know I'm cutting my traffic down, but I'm getting rid of my trash. And so, and then in order to keep the volume up, I'm gonna have to just raise my bid a little bit. And I may just go to, you know, sometimes I'll go to 210 or 211 or 216. This is like, buying, you know, eBay stuff. So people think in even numbers, and it's funny how 1 penny can push you ahead of other people that are buying that, trying to get that same traffic. So think about, remember that. Guys that think they're sneaky and they go 216, 217, 218. So I may creep it up a little bit, but usually it's 10 cents or 20, 30, 40 cents. But generally when I go off my control, I go to the white and black list, I start at $3, and then we just go from there based on the volume of traffic that I can get, and the ROI that I'm looking at.
And I've noticed that with my better sites, that once I increase that bid, suddenly the conversions start coming in faster.
Well, I did in June, when I was running the suite, these guys will tell you that I worked with a lot of them, and I started taking each one of my traffic sources and handing it to these guys. And it was a learning experience for me, because now I've created competitors for myself with exact match targeting. And it was interesting because as we got further and further into that, we were all having to raise our bids, which was lowering all the ROIs across the board. And I could see it happening every day as I talked to individual students. We'd be looking at things, and I'd be like, yeah, this is, and I'm trying not to, because I'm with them, so I'm trying not to outcompete them. But it was a learning experience to see what happens when a group does exact targeting. Exact. It's kind of interesting. Then you start actually seeing the volume of traffic is starting to get limited because you're taking it all. The group is taking it all.
That brings me to my next question. In your presentation, you had mentioned that you might have 10 different traffic sources for one offer, and that you're running 10 traffic sources. And you kind of gave the impression that they're all profitable.
At a different level.
Yeah. So I got that right. So you're working with 10. You already know that they're gonna be profitable in some way with your offer.
Well, I don't know that, because as I said, after we go through the initial control phase and then run the whitelist, blacklist for a couple of days, and then as we get ready to start scaling the other traffic sources, all I can do is glean the best of the information from pop ads, because each traffic source doesn't have the ability to do all the targeting that pop ads can do. So for instance, AdCache and ExoClick have very good geo-targeting. So instead of doing it in flows, because I'd rather just not buy that traffic to begin with, instead of having to mess with it. And so in ExoClick and geo, in AdCache, you can get down to cities and parishes, and really target geos. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to put yourself in the best advantage as you scale to the next traffic sources for profitability. But I still have to test as I scale the campaign. I'm still looking at that campaign, and I was running 13 traffic sources to that campaign, and every one of them had a different ROI. Some of them were only like 10 or 15%. But I was maxing out the high-end traffic that I could get, so I needed the cap because I was trying to, it's profitable, so I take that extra, I want that traffic source, even if it's only doing 10 or 15%. If I can replace it with something that's a higher ROI, I will. But that particular one, it scaled so fast, and needed to run with it, so I mean, I had traffic sources that were in the 10-15% ROI, and I had traffic sources that were above 100% ROI, which gave me kind of an average. When I looked across the board on all 13, the campaign ran at about a 50 to 70% ROI, depending on day and daytime.
When you combine them all.
Yes.
Okay, the other question was, okay, I noticed that volume, this is on the last campaign I did, I was testing, and I had a volume set, I had 250, I'm gonna round it off, 250 clicks, and then my affiliate said I only had 125 clicks. So what happened to those other 125 clicks? I know you lose some, but do you...
Well, now, are we talking conversions or click-throughs? CTR or CR?
No, just click-throughs, not conversions, not visits, the clicks. You know.
Well, it could be scrubbing.
That's what I thought. You know, because there was just such a big difference, and I know you will lose some clicks, but at that percentage?
It's usually not very far apart on clicks from volume. And if I find a traffic source that's doing that, then I'm going to go back to what Jordan talked about yesterday. I may set up a little anonymous campaign and run it against the one that I am running, and then see what the ROIs are and see if I have things that are disappearing. Like 400,000 impressions from Colorado.
Yes. Yeah, I was only dealing with like, $100.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some differentiation just because of the way that things work, and there's a lot. I mean, things are going through a lot of stuff. 5% is kind of my awareness point. When I start seeing things that are above 5% differentials, then I start looking at them more closely to try to figure out why that differential is there. It may be scrubbing, it may be redirecting, somebody may have gotten hold of, and they may be redirecting me. So there's a lot of things that can happen, but up to that 5% point, that's just part of the game. I don't really worry about it.
And I've read that and understand that.
So, but if I could, and I don't mean to cut you off, but you have 4 people behind you, and I'm looking at.
Yeah, we're looking at a little bit of limited time here, guys, so let's try to get through the rest of these.
Thanks.
And thank you for the questions, because they were good questions.
Thanks,
well, there are no bad.
Hey, you're talking about the 5% differential from Colorado. You're talking about they said they sent you so many, and volume said you only got so many clicks.
And so your specific question
is that what the 5% difference? Is that where you're talking?
Yes, I mean, I'm looking in my dashboard of my traffic source, and it's saying, this many impressions have been sent, and then I'm looking over here in volume, and I'm looking at the impressions that I'm getting. And don't forget to turn on, if you go over in volume, over on the right-hand side up towards it's in the middle bar, there's a drop down over there that has it's got the impressions, click-through rate, CR, all the EPV costs, profit, revenue, all that stuff. Make sure that you've got those checked so that you're actually tracking it. Otherwise, you're not tracking it.
Oh.
And with the direct linking campaigns for the CPIs, you want to track impressions.
Okay.
Because of the way that some of the tracking works, you don't see some of the same things on direct linking that you do when you have a lander in front of it all.
You mentioned that you don't send traffic to older versions of iOS, but you start out with that when you're doing your control test, right? Or do you not?
I'm going to tell you to start with it, and then I'm going to let you discover
that it never converts.
Well, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to let you discover what happens because we're not talking about blowing up 10 grand here. I mean, But yes, to answer your question, when I start that control, I already know, just from experience, that like iOS 7 is not worth running traffic with.
So you actually don't send it in the, okay. Thank you.
But it's still, keep in mind, guys, that it's still a good opportunity to gain that experience, right? So you can see why specific things are happening. So you can continue to gain the knowledge that is going to build a better foundation for you to move forward on. You don't get as much experience as Jeff winning every single time. That's just the truth.
But things surprise you sometimes, like I was talking about. Oh, PlayStation and Pokemon Coin were profitable. Can't get profitable on a phone, can't get profitable on a tablet, but we're profitable on a PlayStation 4.
All right, next question.
It's all an experiment.
Most of my questions were answered. But Jeff, you said you were able to notice that some of your traffic wasn't going to your site, so you offer with everyone. How were you able to determine that? How were you notice?
You simply look at what the traffic source says it's sending you, and you look at volume and what you're actually getting. And when I see, literally, I bought 1.5 million and I got 1.1. There's 400,000 impressions missing. That's not just a little bit of traffic. We're almost at $2,000 worth of traffic.
So that's totally, it sounds like it's totally different from the traffic that I'm really getting when I set my campaign with forecasts of exactly. It sounds like what you're saying is that when you go purchase your traffic from the traffic source directly, is that what you're talking about? Or you're talking about just setting up your campaign?
So basically, the bottom line here is whenever you're purchasing traffic sourcing from Exoclick, right, you're going to see your amount of conversions on that in Exoclick, and you're going to see it also in volume.
Well, you're not going to see conversion.
Well,
And I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. I'm just part of here. So there's kind of an echo when I'm in here, so. But in your traffic source, you will be able to see the number of impressions that they say that you paid for and sent to you. In your volume count, you're going to actually see the number of impressions that you actually received.
Like at the end of the day? Because
Just on a constant basis. Like Traffic House, for instance, constantly updating their dashboard, telling you hour by hour. Actually, it gives you each hour's traffic that has been sent to the campaign. And so then I can go over to volume and look at it and say, okay, they're telling me at Traffic House they sent me this, and I'm seeing this over here in volume. What happened with Pop Cash was, and this is something that some of these sites do, they place a cookie somehow it travels or a pixel with the traffic as it comes through and identifies the campaign that you're sending to. And even after you blacklist the campaign, it keeps sending traffic. And so Popcash, they were on it. They were unhappy, and they banned the sites that Claire caught, actually. That we then gave to Popcash. Popcash went and investigated that, found out that they were sending fraudulent traffic to me. They gave me my money back, and they took those sites off the traffic source. So just watch some of this stuff, because in this game, everybody's we're just down here at the bottom. We're the last place that gets the money. And there's a lot of middlemen between the beginning and the end. So just look, and again, for me, it's about a 10% barrier. When I see discrepancies above 5%, my awareness level really just goes up.
And a clarification for the white and the black list. So, because this is new to me, I didn't know that I was supposed to set up a black and a white list. I will learn that today. So the white list, I know the profitable sites. The black list, I know. So,
Well,
you
now,
said
did you just say that the white list is,
profitable.
and the black list won't be?
It's not. I
That's
thought
not,
that's what it was.
you know, you see, it doesn't always work that way. And because sometimes you end up with, sometimes, well, a lot of times both campaigns end up being profitable, just at a different ROI. But it just, there was one particular instance with Mark Nishi that, what can, was that 260?
No, actually it wasn't.
Was it not you? I thought it was.
No.
Was it you, P.1? Okay, I'm sorry. But which campaign was that? I don't remember, but we went through this whole, you know, the optimization, the testing, the control, the white list and the black list, and the black list campaign ended up being the one that was the most profitable. So sometimes removing what's not working ends up creating an environment that what's left is working, as opposed to putting what's in what is working. It just worked out that way. But that's why I have this method to optimize this way, because you don't know because you have to follow the numbers.
So,
Go ahead.
so you're saying we should run a white list and run the black list after we do the test with the control. Pause the control, because that's what I'm understanding. Pause the control.
Correct.
And unpause the white and the black.
Correct.
Should we run both the white and the black?
Yes. And then we're optimizing both of those. We're continuing the blacklist off the blacklist, and sometimes there'll be a site that pops up in the blacklist that's really you have to just look at the numbers and analyze the data, because what your expectations may be, which is then emotion, is not what the numbers end up just telling you, and numbers just don't lie. I mean, they just don't lie. So you're continuing to optimize constantly. And you may move things from the black list up to the white list. You may move things from the white list and the black list.
And the white list go to the profit page.
And you may pull things out and separate them off and run them hard, because now you've identified 5 sites that are, converting really well. You're going to have to raise your CPM. You want as much traffic from them as you can possibly get. So you shut them off separately and run it hard. But then remember, don't throw away that control, because at the end of the month and the beginning of the month, if it's a longer running campaign, you want to go back and run that control just occasionally, just to see if you pick up new sites to blacklist and or whitelist.
All right, next question.
I think I should hand it over to him. I think mine's not actually about optimization.
That's okay.
So basically, I'm embarrassed to ask it in front of a room full of people. Which is why I was chasing you earlier. I've had campaign after campaign rejected by Exeter. And the latest one was Pokemon Go, but they say that each time I try, they don't recognise any landing page there. And there were 2 landing pages. So my question is, I want to shorten the time. I walk around going, crikey, what do I do now? Because I wrote emailed Exeter, and they gave me these answers saying, well, your link, there's no link, or there's no, there appears to be no landing page there. So that I don't then, from where I am, I don't know where to go next. Who else do I ask that a question as basic as that, and it can stop me for too long?
So basically, what I understand what you're saying is she had 2 incidents where Exploit has rejected her campaign. And what she has done was she contacted Exploit, they sent it back, said there was an error with the landing page, or there wasn't a landing page. And then she's looking for a way to maximize efficiency, and what proactive steps can she take to either avoid that, or B, if it does happen again, who else can she reach out to make sure that we can expedite that process?
Well, now, did you double check all your links and make sure that everything was actually working?
as much as I can. It means I've got to find another hour and a half or 2 hours to go over and do videos again. You know, to write down the steps and to make sure I've written down all the steps accurately, and that can take.
Was this a U.S. offer that you were running?
Pokemon Go.
I mean, was it out of country? Was it not in Australia?
It was in Australia as well, yeah.
So ExoClick was saying that they couldn't get to your lander?
They said they didn't appear to exist, that there didn't appear any landers existing.
Well, it sounds like there must have been some kind of a linking issue that maybe they were not getting to your lander.
That's right. That's right.
So that's going to be in volume, and that would be something that we'd have to, I can't, without seeing it, I couldn't even begin to tell you, because there's about 15 different places where this could be broken. And so we have to start all the way back at how we set the offer up. I mean, the actual offer in volume, how we set those landers up in volume, the tags on the end of the landers, you know, and then all the way through the click URL, the post-back URL, all the way through the campaign URL. So I can't, unfortunately, without seeing it, I can't answer that.
So how, I'm sure I'm not that person in this, but how can I find a service or some setup so that I can get a second check?
Well, I mean, if you're running in, GeoEdge is what I use. So because I run, like DoorDash, for example, I'm in Montana. We're never seeing DoorDash. I mean, we go get our food. We don't, and half of that we drag to the house anyway. And so a lot of these apps that we look at, so I had to, I mean, I've got the full GeoEdge with 15 geos, and I had to set up 3 cities in the US so that I could run, so I could check my links. In Seattle, I checked them. In San Diego, I thought San Diego would be a good geo. For my own reasons. And I can't remember where else we had. New York City. And so GeoEdge is a tool. It's GeoEdge. GeoEdge.com. It might be GeoEdgePro.com. But you'll find it if you Google GeoEdge. But that's an emulator. And it is the very best one, because on that particular campaign, I tried a bunch of the free emulator. I could not get to the offer. I mean, I absolutely could not get to DoorDash. I couldn't make it work. GeoEdge worked fine. But in GeoEdge, you can go in, you can emulate. It's a proxy server. So they have proxies all over the world. And then at the same time, they also have the ability to emulate different devices. So if I need to be an Android in Sydney, Australia, which and I have Australia, then I can be an Android phone in Australia and run my link through that and see it just like you would on an Android phone in Australia.
Okay, what's your internet called? GeoEdge.
GeoEdge. Yep. It's just, and it is a mainstream tool. It's not. And it's probably the best one out there.
So just test on a few cities.
Yeah, basically just test on a few different cities to be able to, and devices like this.
Well,
see that.
Yeah, see, DoorDash was, I mean, it was only available in so many cities. And I'm in Missoula, Montana, so when I go to run the link through it doesn't do me any good. I mean, I can download, it just doesn't do me any good. Whereas I can emulate on my computer that I'm an iPhone, and I'm in New York City, and I actually can download the app, and I could actually order dinner, and do a Google search for an address in New York, and have somebody dinner delivered to me. Right? Like an affiliate manager. Send them a nice lunch. That's actually actually not a bad idea.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
So what's
Not a bad
It's not a
idea.
bad idea.
what's like the connection between my problem with ExoClick and this GeoExpro.com? Just selecting a couple of cities. Are you saying it might work if I just select a couple of cities?
That's just an avenue to verify that your landing page is working where you want it to work.
Without,
It's like an opportunity for you to get a second look before you actually submit it to see if it's going to work whenever you submit the ExoClick. Because you want to do all of your background check, you want to check everything as many times as possible before you submit it. Because if you made a simple error, then you're going to waste time trying to go back and figure out what that was.
Yeah, and like Jordan's, he preaches over and over, double check, double check, double check. And the very last thing that we get to is that campaign URL. And if it's geo-specific or country-specific, the only way to properly look at that offer and that campaign URL is to actually make yourself be in that area or the country where the offer is being run.
carry it out. I could do that in Sydney with OpenGov. Yeah.
So, but when you're in Australia, if you're running, say, in Canada or in Brazil or the U.S., the only way you're going to be able to test those links properly is with a tool like GeoEdge.
Yeah, okay.
Clear your browser.
Pardon?
Clear your browser too, to make sure, because you get.
You see if you can use cache and
You
all that
can't
stuff.
run it private.
Yeah, and that's true. You're because there's cookies involved with everything that we do. A lot of times you'll run the link through your browser, and then it stores that information. And if something was broken, and then you go to fix it, and you run that same link back through, your browser's already thinks it knows what it's doing, and doesn't actually try to resolve the URL and go all the way through. It just brings up what it has cache. So if you just go up and go clear cache, like for the last hour, the last what you have, and then go and run it back through again, and thank you for that.
Incognito or.
Yeah, and incognito. And when you run GeoEdge, I would suggest you run under incognito, because the first time I used GeoEdge, it was a very good learning experience. Because I had virtually every single account banned that I was on. Facebook banned, Google banned, everything flagged. Because I came out of an IP. I had just been on Google and Facebook out of my house and the IP that I was on, and all of a sudden I'm in Singapore.
Yeah.
5 minutes. We're playing. And I did it not in incognito, and when I went to go back to load, all my tools and everything, because it immediately logged me out of everything. I'm logged out of volume, and then I'm starting to trying to log back in, and it's like, and I go through this re-verification. I didn't get banned. It was just a security thing it caught, so I had to re-verify, like my telephone number and Twitter. So yeah, incognito works well. But yes, don't forget about caching and thank you, because that's.
Yeah, don't forget about, what did you say, cache?
Caching, that's what it is. Caching is this one.
If you go, when you're in.
It's okay, it's just this funny language.
You got it?
It's a case, please. Keep calling it a case.
All right, next question, let's hear it.
On your control group,
yes,
do
sir.
you exclude the original blacklist on the control group, or
I
you
do.
accept? And then now, after you run the whitelist or whitelist and blacklist and optimize those, do you add the sites and everything that are going to look profitable back into the control group and run that?
No, I never changed my control.
Okay.
My control is, that's why it's called the control.
Okay.
Because if you start changing it up, it's not a control anymore. Now you have started to optimize your control That's why we have the whitelist and blacklist. We want that control to be just a pure information gathering campaign. That's all it's for. It's not to be profitable. It's not that it's to learn. It is like an experiment in chemistry. You have control. And then you've got the things that you have a hypothesis, and but you've got your control, and no, you don't. I do put the one thing I do is I just put the standard blacklist site, the list of blacklist. I do put that in the control, but as far as changing anything, no.
So then you just create a fourth campaign.
I just turn it off.
No,
the controls is off, and then I'm only working on my whitelist, blacklist campaign and or a profit pool, because I've found some sites that are just really converting well, and I want to split them off and try to get as much traffic out of them as I can. So I know that for those, I'm going to have to increase my CPM, but I don't want to increase my CPM overall on my blacklist or whitelist campaign, because now I'm going to spend a bunch of money on traffic. I'm just going to spend more than I need to. But when I profit pool those, I want that traffic. So if I get $5, $6, $7, as long as it's profitable, then because I want as much, and that's again ROI versus volume. Volume like VOLUME, not VOLUUM.
We've still got a little bit of time, guys, so if there's anybody else that has any questions whatsoever, please feel free to stand up and come up to the mic.
Yeah.
We do want to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity to learn while we're here, right? That's what this is.
It keeps counting down to almost 0, and then they keep sticking a half. So we're at 28 minutes right now, and we were at 2 minutes and something about 4 minutes ago. We're in a time-space continuum.
Right, just keeps on going.
Okay, Jeff, let's watch the ears perk up. I have questions on adult traffic. And the question is, if I'm running sweeps, or let's say in the app installs, if I choose not to go to adult, how badly am I handicapping myself?
I've talked about this. Adult traffic doesn't mean, that you're involved in pornography.
Totally get that.
And I know that the advertisers, I don't know if they completely understand our world, but if you look at the number of sites, the traffic sites that are out there, and you look at the amount of adult traffic that's available for the U.S. relative to general category traffic, you figure out that you're looking at more than half of the population, adult population of the United States. I'm sure there's because there's some parents that are watching their kids. But, those people, which some are probably in this room, they buy cars, they eat, they go to restaurants, they play games, they download apps. It's the networks being stuck in the middle between an advertiser that may not completely understand when you say it's just a stigma that's attached to that word adult. So then they're thinking, that we're all doing this.
An easy way to take a look at it too, guys, is just in marketing in general, whether it's for a brick and mortar business or anything offline, whatever it is, you go where your customer is. And in general, they're people, right? We're looking for people that are downloading apps, people that eat, people that buy cars, like Jeff is saying. And the amount of traffic that are on the adult sites, it dwarfs traffic from anywhere else. So you have to go where the buyer is. You have to go where you're going to get the most. And that's a huge chunk of it's going to be adult sites.
So when I look at adult versus non-adult, on average, is the ROI about the same on both, or are you actually seeing improved ROIs in adults compared to non-adult? Is there a difference at all?
It depends on the campaign.
Is there a general
the rule of thumb that you?
Well, it started in June, I mean, just from June, when Consumer Center told me that I was sending them the highest quality traffic that they'd ever seen in their entire history that they had run offers. Me, the highest quality traffic. Yeah. Get around the block, It was half adult, and it was probably 60% adult, because I was trying to get so much traffic. So I'm sending ExoClick. I don't know if there's any general category. There's light adult, we'll call it. You know, but I mean, I'm sending ExoClick, I'm sending Traffic House, that's all adult. Traffic Hunt, that's all adult. They don't even have anything that's not adult. And so, the reason why the traffic quality was so good had nothing to do with the categories that I was pulling. It had to do with the way that I had optimized my campaign so that the traffic that they were getting was converting at a higher percentage than any other traffic that they had ever seen anybody run to one of their offers. It was just looking at the numbers and doing the analytics, following the data, and just optimizing as closely, I mean, it was a beautiful thing, as closely to perfection as I could get, without looking for perfectionism, which is a disease. Because it will stop you from doing things that you should do. Because there is nothing called perfection, unless maybe it's up in the heavens.
What are you doing, like on sweeps, if I source offers from several networks and I read through the terms of service, you know, many of them, even on sweeps, no adult traffic, then I have all those that do allow it. Do I just separate them in two campaigns, or I just do double meta refresh and pray?
You can double meta refresh. It's not going to hide everything. You can float. You know, that's a personal decision. I don't run black hat. Do I run a little gray hat? Yeah, I do sometimes. But I've got a relationship with my affiliate managers. Like with Mundo, I can, when I request to an offer, my affiliate manager just immediately sends to compliance a page that she knows is going to pass compliancy, approves me immediately, and tells me go run.
Got it.
Now, I run the way I run, but that doesn't mean that I just blast stuff. I don't run black hat. I don't want my affiliate manager to get in trouble. I don't want the network to get in trouble, and I don't want to get banned. So, but the more trust you get with your affiliate manager, the more they see you run, the less they watch you, and the more they're willing to turn the cheek a little bit and look the other way, as long as because you're making them money. And if you're sending them, if you're with the optimization, they start not worrying about it being adult because it's converting for them.
Thanks, Jeff.
Plus, it's pop-up, right? It's not banners.
No, it's not banners. It's all pops.
So, my question is, you mentioned earlier today the over-optimization, and kind of where would you consider the line between having a part of your campaign optimized or going down the rabbit hole and getting lost and trying to over-optimize it?
Well, if you remember when I was over here where nobody could see what I was trying to show, we had the devices, tabs, and then we had OS versions and we had models. Okay, where you want to be careful when you make the decision to keep tabs, tablets, or not, smartphones or not. Once that decision's made, then the next step is OSs and models. And what you want to be careful is at the same time, simultaneously, going in and and removing a whole bunch of OS versions and things, and then going over here and removing a whole bunch of phones and everything all at the same time, because then you may have just removed something that was too much. And so I want to progress. So generally, I'll go to the phones first. So I've split my tablet and my smartphones, decide which one generally the tabs go. And so the tablets go. And then I'll go in and I'll look at actual models, devices. And I'll start just going in and getting rid of all these weird phone company phones that I've never even heard. The ZTEs and the Alcatels and all those. I will start removing those, but I won't touch my operating versions and systems at the same time. I'll let it go another day or two and then come back and look at it and then just focus on operating systems. But that's where, and see, this is what I did. I did this. This was a learning experience for me. Cost me about $1,000, but it was a good learning experience. And it saved my students some money. And so what I tried to do when Pokemon Coin came out, I tried to run it and scale it and test it and optimize it faster than I should have. I broke my own rule. And then after I broke it and saw what I'd done, I remembered why I made the rule in the first place. Because what did I do? I didn't follow the numbers. I let my emotions get involved. And so I started making decisions for the wrong reason. And I over-optimized. It's like pulling a jigsaw puzzle apart and then missing some pieces. They just kind of fall on the floor and they're under the couch and stuff and you can't find them and they get sucked up out of the vacuum cleaner. Well, you can't go back and start undoing because now you don't know what you actually did that broke it. So the only choice you have is either scrap it or go all the way back to the beginning and start all over.
So when you're optimizing your whitelist and your blacklist campaigns?
I'm constantly optimizing.
Is there
to a point? I mean, I'll get one to a point and I'll just let it run. I mean, if I'm happy with it, that doesn't mean I ignore it. I don't ignore it. I will come back to it from time to time and I'll look at it. But once it's, but yeah, that first, if I'm running a campaign that's going to run I'm hoping it's going to run for a couple of months, I'm constantly optimizing for the first couple of weeks to get the ROI as high as I can. And of course, if I'm scaling, then I'm constantly optimizing those additional traffic sources.
Is there ever a point where you see a site where you're getting a good amount of volume and it's bordering right on that break even where you'll pull that out and try and optimize just that one site, or is that kind of a lost cause?
No, now it's just taking time when I know that, no.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much for your question. The next one, let's go.
When I ran the last campaign, on the control, it was worse than negative 50% ROI.
It was how much?
Worse than
negative how much?
Oh, negative 200 to 300. Then when I analyzed the data, I said, if I clear out all the website, you will count where my conversion, the clicks they give, you will just add up all the clicks. And I eliminate all the sites that give me no clicks, not conversion, no clicks. I started with 53,000 and give me about 14 conversions. But then I found out all my clicks come from about 10,000 out of that 53,000 impression. Do I quit right there because ROI is so bad, or do I say, let's eliminate all sites that doesn't give me any clicks and just rerun?
If I run control for 2 days and I look at it and I've got 200 to 300% negative ROI, I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm done. I scrapped it.
But when I recalculate it, you eliminate all the ones that have no clicks. My ROI may be between -50 and 0 if I only count the impression that give me clicks.
Well, for me, see, I have to run the campaign, so now, without me experiencing what you experience, I'm having a hard time. But my rule is, It's pretty close to Louis' rule, you know, Nakamoto. I mean, I'll run my control, and I mean, if it's really in the hole, I just move on to something else, because I already know I'm gonna have to fight that campaign. I mean, if I'm at a 300% negative ROI on control, I've got 300% increase I've got to do in my optimization just to break even. So how much money do I have to spend to get to that point? How much time do I have to spend to get to that point? I think I'm better leveraging my time going back and researching and doing intelligence on other offers and just scrapping that. And I'm not interested in pulling 5 sites out of that, putting them over here, and running $50 a day.
And that defeats the purpose of the control, right? The whole reason why we do the control is to get that baseline of whether or not it's going to be, advantageous offer.
No, in my example, 40,000 or 50,000 impressions give me no clicks.
Yeah, I understand that you've got 20% of your traffic is doing 80-20.
Right.
You got 20% of your traffic doing most of your clicks. Again, I would have to look at it. I mean, I'd have to be sitting in your seat, but my gut reaction to that is I'm going to scrap it. But without having run it and seeing what you saw, I can't answer that. It may be worth it to do it. It could be a wonderful optimization learning experience. But for me personally, I'm at the level that I run. I'm finished with that campaign. I'm looking for something, because if I have to start at 300% negative ROI and try to get to 50% ROI, I'd much rather start at negative 50% ROI, because I may end up at 200% ROI. We've made the same, or 300% ROI. We've made the same move, but we're talking about considerably more profit for the same work, money, and time. So, yeah. I personally wouldn't run it.
Just a corollary to that is that, would you put the back button script in your control run and send the traffic to the second campaign, or do you just run the control as a pure control?
Okay, then we didn't, and I was going to mention this, because my time got shortened up this morning, so I had planned on giving myself 15 more minutes with my actual keynote presentation. But this thing that's in the box here, I mean, these guys asked me, do you run amps on every campaign? What's the answer, guys? Yes! Yes. No, I don't run back button strips. I run amps. I mean, I have it. And it takes me 2 seconds to set it up. So when I run my control, I've got an amp running with it. When I run my whitelist and blacklist, I've got amps running with it. For 2 reasons. One, if I'm getting conversions in amps, it's offsetting my cost of test track. And 2, if amps are set up properly, I might be able to get some optimization information out of my amps campaign that I'm not necessarily seeing in my control campaign, because the traffic's already bounced, and so it behaves a little bit differently than the front end campaign. But I don't set up a campaign and not set up amps with it. I mean, I paid for amps. It's a tool that I bought. It takes really literally a minute to just put the URLs in, get the backup in Rackspace, purge it, and run it. And so yes, so I run amps. But no, I don't run back button scripts. I just let amps do its thing. All right, yes ma'am.
We're going back to the CNN news that Jordan showed us this morning. I have a question on that. The question is, can we can we make a profit with the news? Like, for instance, can we pull out the pictures of certain celebrities and be profitable with that? How can we set it up so we can be profitable with it?
Is that like doing your own offer? Is that what you're getting on?
Oh, an advertorial thing?
Yeah, yeah, I think that's what it is. What I got is good information from the news.
Well, this is where we start looking at trends and current events and certain things, and yes, this is going to go back to slotomania. Oh, good old slotomania. I think I wake up and I've got to get off that dang list. I still haven't gotten rid of it, but yeah. This is where we're getting creative and we're playing off the emotions or the psychographics of the people. And apparently, from what I can tell, we're having some sort of political circus right now in the United States. It's pretty darn ugly, in my opinion. So I have a lander that's got a picture of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton staring off at each other, and I've actually put it on the front end of a couple of different campaigns. Now, it's not necessarily an advertorial. I know what you're talking about. That's the guy standing up there with the big check, you know, and then the story down here, you know, what was it? Man's girlfriend, you know, whatever that was. House burns, there was one that house burned down. Yeah, so, but yes, this is where you're now, yes, you can run these kind of landers, because these are landers that then play off current events and people's emotions. And from what I can tell, I guess this political thing is somewhat emotional for some people in the U.S. It's a big button pusher. And so, yeah, try it. Will it work on everyone? No. But will it work? Yes, it does work. And that's why you see these ads, these landers on like Adplexity, because people are running them. They've got them placed in the right placement, and they're getting good response.
So that's going to be the lander. So we could choose any offer to attach to that lander.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you should certainly, the topic of the lander, the advertorial, needs to be somewhat congruent. This is where we're not where Brian was yesterday with the incongruency, but that's because those people you're trying to stop somebody that's looking at a constant news feed. So you're trying to, I'm not going to call it uncongruent, I'm going to just call it shock factor. You're just trying to throw something in somebody's face that makes them stop and go, whoa, what's that all about?
Yeah, it's a pattern. It gives them the opportunity to stand out amongst everything else that's out there.
Yeah, so you want the advertorial, you want the advertorial to be associated with the lander, but experiment again. This is part of experimenting, and this is part of the learning experience. So if you have a campaign, run a couple of traditional landers, and then throw in an advertorial along with it and see how it does, and let those rotate, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe it just doesn't work on this campaign. But if you go into Adplexity, if you use Adplexity, and you start scraping and doing some competitive intelligence in there, you'll find a fair amount of advertorial type. And they seem to be more tied to the, yes ma'am, they seem to be tied more to the gaming, gambling, kind of, win it big, lotto kind of stuff is where I've seen most of the advertorial type landers. But that could change. This augmented reality and the virtual reality, we're going to go through we're all going to learn some new things here because it's new. I mean, it's just new. So we've hardly even begun to dip our toes into this water. It's my, it gets my brain really cranky when I start thinking about the possibilities that are ahead for us, so.
All right, thank you. Next question.
But always test, always keep testing.
As newbies when they're ramping up, how do we work with the affiliate managers to get paid back quicker so that we can manage our cash flow?
First of all, you're going to have to build a relationship. And you're going to have some volume. And this is just part of the getting started. This is where cash flow and having a budget for advertising, an ad budget, which it is, to work with. This is just a challenge to overcome. That's all it is. It's just one that you have to just build up your trust. You're going to have to run some volume. I mean, if you're running a 50 cap offer and you run it for a week and then you've made, $300 and you raise your affiliate manager, you're going to get an early payout. You probably won't even hear back from them. Right. So one, before you even ask that question, you've got to build a relationship. And I mean,
what's a reasonable number in the industry? If I'm spending $1,000 a day on traffic,
if you're running,
you have to wait a month.
If you're running a
basically pay back for $30,000 investment, that's pretty tough.
Well, I mean, if you're running $1,000 a day and you're profitable, your affiliate manager is an unintelligent person. If they don't help you help them make more money.
Right.
And so if you run into that situation, and I don't get adversarial with my affiliate managers, but I might be looking to be talking to somebody else. So I mean, if you're running at that level, you ought to have the ability to ask your affiliate manager, hey, but make it real clear. My traffic is going to stop. So this offer is going to be shut off until I can get a payout so I can refund my traffic. Don't tell them you got to pay a mortgage.
So what's reasonable though? If you're out $10,000 or 15 or 5?
No, you're already above reasonable. You're beyond reasonable at that point. Okay. I mean, if you're doing $1,000 a week, I think that you're at a point where it's fair to at least ask. You may not get a yes the first time, but then do something nice for your affiliate manager and just continue to work on that relationship, and you'll get to where they'll start to work with you.
And then second question, I heard you use the word purge with respect to amps, and I've spoken to about 15 people here over the last 2 days who all tried to make amps work, and after we duplicated the first version and tried to use the copy, it would never work, and there was no way to get any information into how to make it work. What does purge mean, and what version of amps are you using?
I've got the original amps. I don't run it in the advanced. I don't run it to build up campaigns for me. I run it simple. Campaign amps. It's just single amps. That's all it is. Purge. See, in the CDN and Rackspace, you've got your master file. And that master file, once it gets uploaded after 19,200 seconds, I think, it propagates across all the information about that lander ends up on virtually every public Cisco router, proxies. I mean, it's just around the globe and the space station. So when you make a change in your master file and you re-upload it to Rackspace, you go to the container. No, you go to the actual master file and go to the little cog.
Okay, I don't understand that.
Yeah, and just click on it and just say purge. And what that does is that just pushes out the new the information that's in that master file, it just pushes it out.
I know that, okay. But when I cloned the original apps, and built a new folder and put, another clone copy of apps in that, and then tried to build that out, was I supposed to purge something? Because I could never get those clones.
Well, if you actually, if you put it in a different container, now you've got a different container URL.
Right.
But you've got the original. And see, I leave we kind of go back and forth, because Claire likes to run amps differently than I do. And we're going to work this out. And Claire may be right. Claire knows a little bit more on the advanced amp side. But I keep my amps in the container, in one container, and personally I found that it doesn't necessarily matter where the master file resides, as long as the master file and the script and the lander are properly configured.
Okay. All right, thanks.
All right, let's wrap this last question up, and then we're going to go to a break.
I had a question around getting the office. So, talk about spyware, and we talked about maybe working with the affiliate managers. So, how do you determine what offers to run? Would you work with the top offers that the affiliate networks are giving you, or would you go for user spy tools and see what people are running?
You're going to do both. You're going to go to your affiliate manager and ask them for the highest volume offers that they have in the network. And then you're going to look at that list, and then you're going to go over to the spy tool, and you're going to look at each one of those offers in the spy tool and see how they're actually working. That's a more efficient way than going through the spy tool and then going over to your affiliate manager and saying, hey, can I look at this. Now, you may go into Adplexity or whatever with this new filter stuff, which is cool, to say the least. So you may have a report that shows up and like, whoa, Pokemon's, coin in Brazil is trending at 100%, and now I'm talking to my affiliate manager like 2 clicks, and I'm on Skype. But I would go to my affiliate manager and say, hey, just send me a list of the highest, in the vertical that I want. Send me a list of the top 10 volume, traffic, the highest volume campaigns you've got. And then look at those, if they fit what you are running, verticals and all that, then go over and do the competitive research on them. And I think that you'll find that it will be a time saver instead of just poking around, because you're already starting with offers that are being run hard, and they're being run hard because they're successful. So then you can pick that out. I know we're finished. And then you can, we've been finished twice. But then you can go over and take that offer that you want to run and do the competitive intelligence, knowing that you're looking to look at the information and data that you can pull on that specific offer. So then you're more focused when you're in the spy tool.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just linked to that was, what's the optimal number of landers that you would use with a particular offer?
There is no optimum number. I mean, sometimes I'll run 3, sometimes I'll run 5. It just kind of depends on what I can find and what which landers I think are worth running, and then, but I'm not starting a campaign running 15. So 3 or 5, maybe 7 at the most, and then maybe rotate after I've optimized, and I go back and look. I might find a couple new ones, clean them up, scrape them, and then I may put them back into the rotation just to see how they do against the landers that I had chosen to optimize or keep based on the data that I had seen. So.
Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. So,
let's take an opportunity to break now. If you can, please be back in the room within the next 10 minutes. So we'll get you some water, stretch your legs, get your brains ready, and let's rock and roll, guys.
How do you like the pink?
You guys having a great time? Yeah! Alright, you guys happy that you're here? Yeah! We're happy that you're here too. Let's all get ourselves settled and back in our seats so we can get back on schedule. Thank you guys so much. Hey guys, nice to see you all again. As I'm sure you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes here. It's where I tend to live. And I'd like to actually introduce an amazing photographer who has been here with us, embedded from day one, working behind the scenes, taking candid shots of everything that we've done on this conference, and creating some really atrocious pictures of me, so please don't look at those. Without further ado, come on up, Ken. Give me a hand.
First of all, thank you for making me sing the national anthem.
I'm not singing it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go to some of the biggest events and show off the enjoyment, the value, and also the amazing people at the event. So enjoy the slideshow. It's just a couple minutes long. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, this was just to kind of refresh what it was like when there was talkies just coming out, so you're about to hear the music. All right, I haven't asked to sing the national anthem while the slideshow goes.
awesome. Well, in a moment, I'm going to bring Jordan back up here, and he's going to walk through, and he's going to show you some absolutely incredible stuff. In fact, some of you already started to make money online, which is what it's all about. And I think that's so powerful. When you start making that first little bit of money online, then you can see how it works. So I'm so excited and honored. You guys ready for Jordan to come up? Yes! I don't think they're ready. Go back to your room, man. Are you guys ready? Yes! Are you ready? Yes! Are you ready? Yes! Are you ready for Jordan to come up here? Yes! Are you ready to have some fun? Yes! Are you ready to play for a while? Yes! Welcome to the stage, Jordan Show!
Wow. You made it. So, I was just talking to Dave, and I want to share with you folks one of my favorite quotes. The easiest thing I've ever done is to make $1 million. The hardest thing that I've ever done is to believe it could happen to me. Have I shared that with you? Most of you know that. So, the idea behind this event was, I said, skip $1 million. And I told you, if you make $1 online, you can make $1 million. Skip $1, I'm just going to force you to make money. How's that sound? Because honestly, there's a lot of people on my list, a lot of folks who, I'm just sick of it. I'm just going to force you to make money. So, Maggie, turn the traffic on. We're going to see in a minute. I haven't looked yet. I don't know if the conversions are coming in, but we will see. So, let's go ahead and get started. All right, this is part 4. So, again, my intention is for you to leave with an entire business model. I didn't want to bring you here, give you specialized knowledge that wasn't organized in a way to make money. And that's the key here. This book, Think and Grow Rich, did everyone take Think and Grow Rich out? You should have it with you. Everyone take it out? You have it with you? You know, I have this in my backpack. Everywhere I go. Alex, do we have any extra copies of Think and Grow Rich? You see if we have any? If we do, we'll distribute those. But this was the first book. Yes. We do?
Yeah, I do. Give me a second.
Okay. So, folks, this is the first book that I really, not only read, but implemented. And there's business books and business books and business books, and this was the first one I read and read and read. And one of my first mentors, this guy, I've had the privilege to have many mentors. Dave now is my coach and mentor, but one of my first mentors said, Jordan, do you read Think and Grow Rich? I said, yes. And he's like, what are the 13 success principles? And I'm like, I can't remember them. He goes, I want you to read it again and again and again. I want you to read it over and over and over. And I took those success principles to heart. And once I started applying these 13 success principles, it didn't come in fast, but every time I implemented one, I could see that seed planted of success. Smaller successes, smaller, bigger, and bigger. And with each one, I learned a valuable lesson. And the lesson is, you have to have principles, and you have to follow guidelines. We have the 10 Commandments in Mobile CPA. The worst number in business is 1. 1. Yes. Say it with me. The worst number in Mobile CPA is what? 1. Okay? Number 2, be honest. Never lie. Don't deceive. I see affiliates everywhere. Fraudulent affiliates, okay? So have the unconditional belief that you can make it. Never surrender. Do not let temporary defeat stop you, because everything's an experiment in what we do. There is no temporary defeat. Come here, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Sit. Lay down. Stay. Stay. Okay. The third commandment. is to not deceive. Now, in marketing, our job is to sell. If you sell a product that does not do what you promised and you intended that product to do to your customer, you are a thief. And many affiliates are thieves. And that's why this industry has evolved. And Maggie, she told you, the lone affiliate model is dead, folks. That's the truth. The lone affiliate model is dead. But that 5 years ago, you could apply into any network, get any offer you want. But it's gone. Those days are gone. We're legitimate businesses. And you have to act that way. And this isn't get rich quick. This is a system. And once you have it systemized, you can scale it and grow it. The fourth commandment, the fifth commandment, make sure you take pictures of every commandment. I wrote them myself, but I probably will change them. Okay? Number 9 is pretty special for me. Never do the same thing twice. Why? Copy and paste. You get it? On a computer, you should never do the same thing twice because of copy and paste. Does that make sense? You should copy and paste a million times. Command C, Command C, Command P. Never do the same thing twice. As soon as you've done it, train someone else to do it. Now, I believe in the law of attraction, attracting positive people in my life, and number 10 is huge for me. All right? You attract to you what you desire, and if you have fear inside you, and in fact, my mentor Dave was just talking to me, if you have fear inside you, you're going to attract people in your life that have fear and doubt. And Katie, you are so positive. You always just smile. You're such a positive person. And Katie is attracted to me. And I honestly am not always positive, but when I look at her, I just smile every time. So attract the people in your life that are positive. The winners. My mother always used to say, birds of a feather flock together. And it's so true. If you hang around with losers, you're going to be a loser. You have to surround yourself with positive people. Not only that, but positive people who believe in you. During my journey, I had to, unfortunately, cut off communication with my family. It was really hard. I cut off all my friends because, if you hang around, I've said this before too, if you hang around with 9 broke people, you're about to be time. So one of my strategies was I always surrounded myself with positive people, with people that I could feel law of attraction to. And that's huge for success. So when you leave here, you go home, you have the system. I forced you to make money. Apply each one of these 10 commandments. Make sure you're taking pictures of them because I spent a lot of time making these. I meditated. One of my favorite things to do is road cycling because when you're doing left-right repetitive motion with your feet, it actually stimulates your brain and you can get completely present. And I'm in completely clear thought. And during that time, when your heart rate elevates, I live near the Pacific Coast Highway, and Daniel knows where I live. There's this hill. It's called Torrey Pines. And when I have a stressful day, I get on my road cycle, I start at the bottom, and I ride up, and then I go down. Daniel, how high bike ride is that? It's a tough bike ride. I force myself to stay out of the saddle. At first I couldn't do it. Staying out of the saddle is when you're not sitting down. Does that make sense? You're standing up. The first 2 weeks, I could only stay out of the saddle until about a quarter way up the hill. And in that moment where I decided to sit down, every single time, it reminded me of temporary defeat. Does that make sense? So I use that to remind myself. I use daily things to remind myself of temporary defeat. And I kept going every single day. And then one day, I I got to the top without sitting down. And then the next day, and then the next day, and now it's easy. And now when I'm really stressed, I do it twice or 3 times. But temporary defeat will always be standing in the way. So really take these to heart, because I spent a lot of time and energy. Jeff helped me with it too. And if you stick to these and you apply these in your life, I kind of took what Napoleon Hill has in this book right here, and I made my own version of it. And this is what I believe in. These are my 10 commandments. Now you can apply these to any business, but I specifically apply them to mobile marketing, to mobile CPI marketing, because that's what I believe in. Okay? And to tell you the truth, folks, I do not want to do this again. I've been doing webinars for 2 years. I'm doing coaching for 2 years, selling product. I'm done. Dave forced me to do this because he told me that I have fear and I have anxiety and need to heal myself. I've been a pure joy the last 2 days. And as a mentor, he knew forcing me to do this would heal me. And thank you very much, Dave, for forcing me to be vulnerable and come on myself. Thank you. I tell you, folks, being behind that computer screen is so safe. And all of you know that feeling of safety being behind that computer screen, but you travel all the way here and came here. So I said, let's skip making $1 million. Let's skip. I mean, that's the hardest thing to do, is make your first dollar online. So I did it for you. We're going to log into Affiliate Network and we're going to see where everyone's at. I haven't done it yet. All right, you guys ready to learn? Yeah. Okay, so this is the 4th part of the system. After this, you'll have everything. Literally, my whole business. I'm going to give you the headhunting service. You guys can get all the fed and trained employees. I'm going to give you Jake's email, all premium traffic you want. And folks, this is abundance, not scarcity. There's more than enough. I mean, this is a small group of people, okay? And this industry is growing so fast. There's abundance everywhere. So work together, network. You're going to get everything. I'm going to literally, in this last one, I'm going to give you a headhunting service. And that's probably going to affect me, because now I'm not going to get more magazines, because I've decided I don't want to do coaching, I don't want to do webinars anymore. I just want to build my company. I want to be a CEO, and then I want to hire a CEO. And then I want to hire, that's my dream, is to have a huge company. And what do you guys think? Should I pass up the opportunity with this mobile boom? And Maggie knows, when I do this stuff, I can't focus on that business. It's running 2 businesses at once, and it tears me apart. So I'm in conflict, because that's what I want. To work with Maggie, my programmers, my media buyers, my business partners. Because, folks, we are literally on the verge of the biggest explosion, the biggest bubble to ever happen. This is bigger than the dot-com boom. I'll show you some more and more. There's so many stats out there, but I want to build that company. So this is probably my last event. I want to focus on my company. And I think I love changing lives. When Mark came up and said that he had a really rough Thanksgiving and I was on the webinar with him, it was hard, because, really connecting with people and changing lives is something I love to do too. So, all right, I got to teach you guys now, so let's do it. All right, so here is a criminal. You guys are going to get to legally steal my entire business model today. Would that be okay with you? Yeah. Legally steal it? Yeah. Okay. In a moment, I'm going to show you everything. I'll reveal how I can legally steal my business model. But first, this is my favorite motivational video. I watch this almost every morning. And I want to share it with you because it is my favorite one.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes for the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. We here, as a team, we're going to come inch by inch, play by play, till we're finished. We're in hell right now, gentlemen. Believe me. And we can stay here, get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back into the light. We can climb out of hell. 1 inch at a time. Now, I can't do it for you. I'm too old. I look around, I see these young faces, and I think, I made it your own choice a middle-aged man can make. I pissed away all my money, believe it or not. I chased off anyone who was on the road. And lately, I can't even stand the face I see in the mirror. You know, when you get older in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. You find out life's just getting inches. So is football. Because in either game, life or football, the margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 stepping too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. They're in every break in the game, every minute, every second. On this team, we fight for that inch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that inch. We crawl with our fingernails for that inch. Because we know when we earn up all of those inches, that's going to make a fucking difference between winning and losing. And good. In any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that inch. And I know if I'm having any life, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now I can't make you do it. You gotta look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now you're gonna see a guy who will go that nation. You're gonna see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're gonna do the same thing. That's the key, gentlemen. And either reheal now as a team, or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you going to do?
That's all it is inches, honestly. And that's why I watch that almost every day. Because my successes and my failures, I gotta press the button. I failed because I said it. Each one got me 1 inch closer to where I want to go. And that's what I want to share with you guys and you folks today. Is that 1 inch is all it takes. In this book, 3 feet from gold, if you stop, quitting is forever. If you stop, that's forever. And every time I have a small success or a big success, it always is the same. And it's it's comical, really, because the success comes when you've had so much temporary defeat, and you're so sick, and you're so close to stopping, and then when it comes in so fast and so plentiful that you wonder where it was all this time. It happened exactly like it says in this book. Would you agree with that, guys? That's how it happens. And when I see my mastermind, my inner circle, I can see them, and they're so close. And when they get to that last inch, it's usually when I have to just push them over, and that's it. It's that last inch, that last step. She's a very good guard dog. So remind yourself of that when you leave. That 1 inch, that one last step. And when it's funny when it happened to Louise, when it happens to Ryan, when my successful mastermind and inner circle students, I can sense now. It's like my X-Men power. I can sense when they're really close, because that's when they've just hit the wall and they've tried everything. And once you've had all that temporary defeat, the chances of success keep going up, and then it just happens. It has to. The universe works that way. The universe rewards action takers. I've learned that lesson so many times. Massive action takers. Taking action without the fear of failure. So part 4 today is you're going to get to legally steal my whole business system. Now this is automation, all right? So I might have to talk rather quickly to get through all of this, but I really want to make sure I give you everything. So you leave and you can do the whole thing. So I'm going to give away a free gift at the end. I'm really excited about this one. Here's premium traffic. Jake@MediaReps.com. You can buy as much as you want, guys. Write that down. This is MediaReps, has probably is the #1 dominant traffic broker in the U.S. #1 traffic broker. This isn't a real-time bidding platform. You don't have to compete with other people. And when you email them as a company and a business. Because if you don't, they're not even going to reply to you. That's why I had to do the homework. Because this is a high-end traffic source. They have the cream traffic. Maggie, do they bag us for this traffic? Every day. When we cut them off of this traffic, what do Apple so often do with us? They hit us up every hour on the hour, wanting this stuff. But you have to approach them, and that's why I trained you, and I want you, all of you, to take action, get a website, do everything, and implement, take action on everything that I've taught you over the last 2 days. Take action. If you do, the universe rewards action takers. Alright? They have more traffic than they know what to do with. Even if this whole room, or 10 times this room, approach them, they could easily serve all of you and serve your traffic needs. And you start small, you start with a 3-day test, do exactly what I said in part 3, get your offers together, pick a certain region and pick a device, get 5 10 offers together and do a small 3-day test, and there's a very high probability you have a winning offer. If not, you do it again and you don't stop. And you'll do it. You'll find that offer, that whale. Because behind these app install offers is investors. Some of the most powerful investing firms in the world are now investing in apps. And when that investment firm, when you hit that white whale, and your payout doubles, and then you use negotiation skills to get your traffic half price, your life is instantly changed forever. Because these things run for years. The apps hitting the market, how many new apps do we get every day, Maggie? 30? They're just flooding everywhere, and they all want installs. That is why I'm so passionate about my mobile marketing business. Because once I build out a team under Maggie, I build out my media buying team, and I build out my network, I'm going to open an office in Singapore. In fact, I'm employed there right now. I'm going to be going over there in a month to get an office, get a team under him in Singapore. And anyone know why I have in Singapore? It's a very, very... Someone give me some guesses why he's in Singapore. No? I pay him really well. No? Not technology. No.
High-speed internet.
No.
Growth.
Proximity to China.
No. It's so obvious. He's on the opposite time zone. He watches our campaigns at night.
20%.
Yes, 24/7. Maggie logs off. Well, Maggie's works 24/7 anyway. But my team and me every day at 5 p.m. I hide my laptop. That's what I have to do to stop working. I'll take it and I'll throw it and then I'll go do something. And then the rest of the night I have to myself because you don't want to be a slave, folks. Because when you quit your job and you open your own mobile CPA business, you start having that success, it's very easy to overwork yourself and at the same time become more depressed and more miserable. So that's why the Singapore office is going to open, the East Coast office, and then Victoria, Canada is a hotbed for affiliate networks, affiliate managers, and media buyers. I have no idea why. But one of the biggest mobile affiliate networks in the world, Global Wide Media, has their headquarters there. And there are in this small area in the inner city of Victoria, Canada, affiliate networks, mobile networks, media buying agencies, traffic teams in Victoria, Canada. Alright, so you'll probably see some resumes when I give you the headhunting company from there, and they are really well trained. They are extremely hard workers. I mean, these are folks who have a bachelor's degree in engineering, and they are either working at Starbucks or they're going to these companies, these mobile companies. Is this making sense to everyone? Okay. So I said skip it, I forced you guys to make money because I'm tired of people not taking action, so I forced you guys. Alright, so let's check. Let's see. Alright, what time do we turn traffic on, Maggie? You know? Noon? Okay. So it just started. Let me log in here. Alright, so this has offers. This is the affiliate network. We paused all the offers in our network just to do this. So let's go ahead and check and see the stats. So, affiliates, reports. So this is going to show every single person in this room stats right now. Is that okay? Can I do this? Are you guys ready to see this? Come on. This is what you paid for. The campaign, I'm forcing you to make money. All you had to do was give me the URL, and if you didn't, we did it for you. I made Johnny do it for you. I'm forcing you to make money because I'm tired of people who don't do what I tell them to do and not take action. Okay, here we go. First report. Let's see. Michael Ho. Where you at, Michael Ho? Stand up. Two conversions, $8.50 payout. 3 conversions. So $8.50. And look at how much traffic we send. $3 in traffic. $3 in traffic.
First time ever.
What's that?
First time ever.
First time ever. Now I can't make you do it, but I can force you to make money. And that's what I did here. I forced you to make money. Can we get Mike below the mic? Mike, can you say something?
Yeah, I've been voting for nearly about 2 years. And I mean, when we set out the for the 14 lenders that we had, I thought we'd stop making money, but it didn't happen. And then the SID, we know that you look after all of us, so we keep going, and now we can see the result.
And it's so easy. All we're doing is we buy traffic from media reps, and we just send it to the Farm Heroes office. Now you guys got the Farm Heroes logo on your website. You're a legitimate company, you got the website, you go get the offer, and it's game over, folks. And now you automate it. Who else we got? There's just pages and pages, because as you can see, we're buying 2 million clicks a day right now, just this one media buy, and just waits until traffic spike. It's going to happen in about 2 hours.
You see, we're not obligated to do well, because we just have to keep up the flow.
Yes, you have to. Yes, you have to. So, what happens is what I love about watching my stats. Peak internet usage hours happen in about 2 hours, okay? And we see this beautiful spike, and it's all green. It's my favorite thing to look at, is this beautiful spike. So traffic during the day comes in slow. People are at work. People are busy during the day, and then what do they do at night? They literally, folks, it's happening so quick. They get on their iPhone, they don't have cable, they just use AirPlay, and they use Netflix, Amazon. They're consuming digital media through their phone at peak usage hours. So your conversions are going to start coming in more and more and more tonight, and this is going to be pretty exciting to see how far we can push this. So I'm sending you guys 2 million a day, 2 million a day, and clicks, straight pops. So everyone who's had 2,000, we're paying $3 CPM. So 3,000 of those cost us $3. So you're automatically with that payout. And that's an average payout on Farm Heroes, $3 or $4. If you send carrier traffic, like I said in the beginning, and you mix carrier and Wi-Fi together, you'll find a really, really, really good mix, and you'll get the quality. It's like alchemy. You send carrier, you send Wi-Fi, and you scale. Falcon Marketing LLC. Falcon Marketing LLC. Stand up. Stand up, please. 2 conversions. I don't give a hand. Come on. 7? You have 7? Because this is probably on ESC.
I have 7 conversions, payout of $11.80.
Wow. You should actually. Are you running another offer or something?
No. This is it.
Okay. It could be,
Well, I know because I'm not running any other traffic. Okay. Now, it may be follow-on, but I haven't run traffic since Monday.
Let's just go through this. So all we did was just
I haven't run traffic in the last second.
So my idea is take all your affiliate links, put them in one volume account, and load them all up as offers, and then just blast it with one of our sources. And this, folks, the 2 million a day is just one source. So you're all going to be getting, the spike is going to happen about 2 hours, and that's where things get fun. That's where that wave comes in, and that's what I love looking at. Rick Lowry, I mean, there's just pages and pages. So right now, we're looking at, what's that?
This is awesome.
You like this stuff?
This is awesome.
Is this awesome? All right, who else? Anyone see themselves on the list here? Let me go to page 2.
It's working.
So, to tell you the truth, we couldn't get the tracking working at first. And Maggie made it work. So, thank you, Maggie. I appreciate it. So, I was sick of people, skeptics, anyone who wasn't taking action, and I forced you to do it. And now you know the system. Hot traffic directly to the store. No landing pages, no banner ads. It's really simple, folks. But that barrier of entry is high now because of fraud. Now you know how to get over it. Create your business model. Copy what I've shown you. You should have pages and notes. Let's go to page 2. Timothy, Russell. Is Alan Hudson here? Alan Hudson? Alan, you want to stand up? Congratulations. Have you ever made money online? Who hasn't made money online here? Do you see someone who hasn't made money online? You see their name on this list? You want to stand up for me? How about Steven Saraki? Steven Saraki. Is this your first money ever made online? No? GMR, Joel Newsom. Joel's been known around before. Alright, folks, let's let this run all night. Well, let's see what happens during peak use of hours, alright? So watch your stats, alright? Is that awesome, so, one of my rules is do not refresh your stats more than 7 times a day. Okay?
That's a good rule.
That's a good rule. What will happen, and trust me, is you'll start refreshing every second. Has anyone done that before? I'm some of you are right now, probably, so hit refresh. Stop doing it. What happens, and this is real, this is serious. So, honestly, this could kill you. Because if you keep hitting refresh over and over and over, what will happen is every time you feel good, and your brain releases a little bit of dopamine, whatever, I don't know what goes on. But all I know is I feel good every time I refresh my stats until about 2 hours later when I crash. And I have this, I mean, literally, you will crash from the adrenaline rush. And you get emotional. Alright? Because it's a wave, folks. So maybe during the day you break even, but at night you start having $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 profit hours. Some of these campaigns, during peak usage times, I told you about the cookie thing. Yeah. Some campaigns will be negative. Okay, and then we go pull reports from the previous day, and we're at 100% ROI because all those users haven't installed and opened the app yet. They all installed at night, and they come back the next day and open it. So that's why do not refresh your stats more than 7 times a day, and be patient. Let the process work. Be patient. All right, so stop checking your stats, because I have a lot more to show you. All right, so what you're going to see tonight, folks, is I'm going to give you the headhunting service. So that way on Monday, you guys can start getting resumes for media buyers, for affiliate managers, or business development managers. The things you want to look for is many of them will also they'll have experience in multiple different networks. Because these people like to jump around. What you want to look for is someone that's worked for as many networks as possible. Okay? Because they are going to have those relationships. So, they come work for you and say, hey, I used to work for this company. They sign up for that company. And in fact, bringing one of these vetted, trained, employed media buyers on, they may already have traffic managers that they'll bring on to you. They may already have offers that they'll bring to you. And never be afraid to be fully transparent with a media buyer or with the business development manager, because you can't do this alone. Maggie couldn't do it alone unless she had my brilliant programmer and a team of media buyers. So give everyone access to everything, because that's a lot of people ask me, they're like, Jordan, how do you why couldn't someone just go and steal your campaigns? Because once you're at a business, you have a business, they can't steal your campaigns. All right. In fact, if one of my employees quit and tried approaching one of my traffic sources, they would turn them away. And that's a good business relationship. And that's what you folks are going to be developing in these companies. So let's talk about the problem. Okay? The problem is you guys don't have accountability. And that's what I see so often. Accountability. Okay? Accountability. You guys don't have accountability. You don't have a peer group. You don't have a mastermind. Shiny object syndrome is huge. Okay? Shut everything out. Shut everything else out and focus on one thing. I actually tested you guys on shiny object syndrome by bringing Luis and bringing Brian. You see why? Because it's so easy to want to do Facebook and want to do this. Pick one thing. Jeff, you guys just pick one thing, okay? Pick one thing. I tempted you with those folks. Because they have sexy systems, right? But do you know how hard it is to keep a Facebook ad account alive? Did Brian tell you how they're getting shut down? Yeah. Who wants to start a business that's based off of one third-party platform like Facebook? And Facebook, even if you're spending enormous ad dollars per day, they will just ban you for no reason. It could be anything. I don't want to build my business off Facebook. I want to build my business off of multiple different traffic sources that I have control over. Not some fickle third. Brian and Luis are completely reliant on Facebook. They're addicted to Facebook traffic. We can buy pop traffic from thousands of brokers, thousands of websites, because the market is so fragmented. Now, this is huge. A lot of my students don't take action, and in fact, I found a stat online, 1 in 6 older Americans lives below the federal poverty line. My parents, I put them on payroll recently. Nice. I W-2 them because I owe that to them. You know, they it wasn't easy for me to do, but my dad retired from General Motors and his pension wasn't enough to live off of, so he had to get a second job. And he had to, my dad isn't educated. In fact, he barely got out of high school. He was a union worker, and he had to get a job as a maintenance man at a nursing home. And my mother is getting very old, and she works as a teacher's assistant in a school. And even with both their incomes combined, they were struggling. So I put them on W-2 to help them out. Folks, the solution is an inner circle group. Connect yourself and align yourself with a small group of dedicated people that are like-minded. All right? Get the negative people out of your life. I'm serious, because when you go home, you have everything. I just completely lay out my business on a silver platter. So you can go home, start it up, fire it up, you're going to get going right away, And then the people come into your life, the distractions. Shut them out. Shut the distractions out. Okay? Alright. Automation, guys. This is freedom. When you can automate your business, you can stop working in your business and start working on your business. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes. Alright. Can you guys see this? Come on. Yes. Can you guys smell this? Yes. Can you feel this? Yes. Can you guys make money with this? Yes. You are right now, each of you, making money online. Isn't that awesome? From dirt cheap traffic. Now, of course, I negotiated that deal last month, so I got cheaper than you're going to get it, but don't worry, you know how to do that now. So, let's go today or tonight. It's nighttime. I'm going to show you the full automation system. I call this my ultimate serum because I just watched a cartoon movie, and the whole goal of the movie was to get this ultimate serum that would preserve life on Earth. Now I like using the word serum. So this is my ultimate serum, folks. When you fully automate everything, you can disconnect. And you stop selling your time for money. And that's the goal. To have this automated so you guys can travel. When you're a business owner, you want that business to just run, and you want to own it, step away, and be able to live your life. That is the freedom. That's the goal of having a business. It's not to be working in your business. If you're working in your business, you're going to be working yourself to death, and you're going to be stressed. Because you're going to be trying to do everything. You're going to be trying to do media buy, do business development. So that's why we want to automate it, so you can get hands off. Stress will kill you. It will. I've seen it happen. This is what I call my time buster, the 3-step automation method. So, in 3 steps, you can automate everything. It's going to be an automated circle. It's beautiful. The business development talks to the media buyer. The media buyer gives feedback to the programmer. And they just go in a constant feedback loop. And 30 to 50 offers a day flood in. You have the traffic locked in. And it's a money-churning machine. Live demo, we'll refresh the stats a little bit later and see what happened with the traffic wave. We'll see how much more you guys made. And a really super cool free gift I'm really excited about. Alright, are you guys ready? This is the sexy stuff. This is everything. After this, you can leave here and you'll be all good. You've got everything. You've got the apps, you know how to get the premium apps, you know how to get the premium traffic. You know how to automate it, you know how to hire the key employee. Now, Steve Jobs, folks. Fortune magazine. This is where I go to research mobile. There's places like this, magazines like this. Now, I admire Steve Jobs a lot. I read his book and I watch all the movies that they're made about him. An interesting thing about entrepreneurs, they think they're above the law. So Steve Jobs would lease a Mercedes, and at the time in California, you didn't have to get registered if you leased it for like 3 months. And then you could speed everywhere and park in handicap spots, and you couldn't get tickets. And in fact, a couple weeks ago, I found out my license was suspended because I just get tickets and I'm too busy and I forget to pay them. So anyways, Steve Jobs, he was in a very high-end mastermind. He had a burning desire. He had a definite purpose. He had specialized knowledge. He had specialized knowledge organized in a way to make money. All right? Specialized knowledge is everywhere. But specialized knowledge organized in a system to make money is what you need. Okay? That, a mastermind group, a mentor. All right, take out your Think and Grow Rich, folks. I run out of Think and Grow Rich yet? No? Come on. You guys should have it. It's upstairs. All right. So, I want to read you a passage. The Power of the Mastermind. Infinite intelligence The source of knowledge may be contracted through the procedure described in another chapter with the aid of creative imagination. Accumulated experience. The accumulation of experience of the portion in which has been organized and executed. So that means every person in your group has had an experience, they've organized it, they've tested it, and they've executed it. May not be found in any well-equipped public library. And that's huge. You can go get a college degree, pay $200,000 for a college degree for generalized knowledge. This is specialized knowledge organized in a way to make money. Power of the mastermind, the greatest folks, the coordination of knowledge and effort in spirits of harmony between two or more people for the attainment of a definite purpose. And that is powerful. The mastermind. Coordination of knowledge and effort. Knowledge and effort. I gave you the knowledge. Now it takes the effort, that 1 inch, harmony with another person for the attainment of a definite purpose. And your definite purpose is freedom and to build a sustainable business that will run, you can pass to your children. Another amazing thing is the multiplication of brain power. Let me ask my mastermind students, when you folks all get together, do you feel like your brain power has been multiplied? You do? Do you feel like when we're in that room together, you know, you guys had the question. So Roger and Bob, they have an offer that they're going to crush it with, all right, a physical product offer. And they asked me, how do they get it on affiliate networks? How do you get an offer on affiliate networks? In 5 minutes, I gave them a tip that will get them affiliate networks begging them for the offer, okay? So when you're in a group with like-minded people, the power of mastermind is incredible. Page 149 and Think and Grow Rich. Now, we are sitting on a window of opportunity. All right? Fortune.com. Global mobile traffic is going to grow 8-fold from 2015 to 2020. 8-fold. A compound annual growth rate of 53%. So as the stats show us here, by 2020, there will be 1.5 mobile devices for every human on the planet, according to Cisco's, as the stats show us here. 1.5 mobile devices for every human on the planet. Isn't that incredible?
Who would want half?
Who would want half of the mobile device? Look at these statistics. Fortune.com. I want you to focus right here, okay? Percentage of time spent, as the stats show us right here, on print media. Look at that reduction right there. 18% to 4%. 2014. Print media consumption went from 18% to 4%. Radio stayed the same, and my belief in that is that there's a large percentage of leading edge seniors and baby boomers who listen to the same radio show, okay? TV declined, internet usage, and look at that, folks. Now, the orange, okay, is the time spent. The blue is the ad spend. And when I saw this, I went crazy. Because look right here, okay? Look at print media. Print media, okay, ad spend is about 20 times the amount of time spent. Crazy, right? Does everyone get this? Does everyone understand this? Fortune.com. So these investment firms are out there, and millions of dollars are being.
That's the definition of insanity. You keep doing something.
Yes! Look at that $25 billion opportunity, folks. And this is in the USA. In Brazil is almost, I show stats all the time, Brazil is growing 3 times the rate, as Eo said. So look at that opportunity right there, 25 billion plus opportunity. Because the time spent, and that is our ocean right there. That is where we're going to make our money. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah. The $25 billion opportunity in ads not being bought because there are so few marketers and so much traffic. Is this making sense to everyone? Yes. $25 billion opportunity. 5 billion apps were downloaded in 2010. 21 billion will be downloaded by 2013. This is very old. In fact, by 2017, over 100 billion apps will be downloaded. 100 billion apps. And folks, look at that. 74% games. What we love to promote. Candy Crush. Games, folks. 74% of all apps. Games. Now, understand this. Games are not the #1 downloaded app in terms of volume, but this is revenue. 74% of all app revenue came from games. And those are the types of offers we're getting fed to us every single day. Game offers. Candy Crush, and everyone in here right now is now you have King.com, who owns Farm Heroes and Candy Crush, who went from $2 million to $2 billion 1 year, and that is all of your clients. Everyone can put that on their website because you all officially are now promoting King's game, and they're your client. Games. Now, this is the pyramid, okay? Total growth companies could become tomorrow's consolidators. Look at the very top. Look at the square there, so I know it's hard to see. Apple and Google. Apple and Google. What Apple and Google are doing is they're buying up these smaller companies, and they are dominating the app markets. They're dominating the app markets. In fact, there are other app stores. You can go other places and download apps, and you don't have to go to Google and Apple. But Google and Apple has such a huge monopoly over this, and 90% of companies will increase mobile ad investment in 2016. This is huge. In 2016, 90% of investment companies are going to invest in mobile apps. So an app developer creates a game, and he shows, all he's got to show is some stats. 2-3 months, he's on the Apple Store, he's got 1,000 downloads a day, and his LTV, which is his customer acquisition value, his KPI, which means the total value of one install. Even if it's break even, he will get millions in investment money from marketing. And who will get that money? You. Because app developers are not marketers. And all of you are now mobile CPI marketers. Here is where money comes from. Google, these investment firms, and Apple to you folks. This is what we're tapping into. This is bigger than any industry before that's ever happened. Okay, because now we don't have to worry about merchant accounts, affiliate offers going up and down. Everything, all the money collected goes through Google, it filters down the chain. And I've shown you over the last 3 days how to get rid of the little arbitrages and get directly to the source. Okay? This is where our money comes from. So, you guys ready to learn the 3 steps to automation? Yes. Yes or yes? Yes. Okay. This is it. The 3 steps to automation, full automation. You're really going to want this. You're really going to want this stuff, folks, because now you have the first 3 parts, and this is the 4th. Automate it, and you've got your fully automated business. And now you can work on your business instead of your business. Okay. Now, part 1 is you get your magnet. and I'm going to give you the place to get it. You hire a business development employee. You are a CEO now. You lead your team. Now, instead of working in your business, trying to learn code, you can inspire, motivate, and support your employees. What's really nice about this is the commission structures. What I like to do is offer a tiered system. So your employees are motivated to make you more money. And in fact, the majority of good business development managers, they don't even want salary because of the amount of money that can be made here. They'll work on straight commission. Bonuses are huge. I always offer bonuses. Give them an incentive to hit your $500,000 month, to hit your $1 million month. Because they can't do it alone. Together, they can do it. Vacations. All right, make sure your employees take vacations because in this mobile CPA business, the internet never sleeps. The internet never sleeps. Some of your employees will be online 23 hours a day because the data comes in so fast and it's fun for them. They love doing this. So make sure you force them to take breaks and vacations. All right, so who wants the underground headhunter? Does anyone want it? Yeah. Okay. Now, understand when you approach this company, approach them the same way you would a mobile CPA network and a traffic network. Make sure you get in the phone. Make sure when you hire a media buyer, give them a testing budget and let the machine run. Now, here are some traffic sources we like. Okay, this is just a small little group of traffic sources. Write all these down. These are very good traffic sources. You can't see them? All right, how about we email these two guys? That's right. Okay. I would start on AirPush. You can use AdMobi Spy and start with video ads, but I highly recommend you start with media reps, which I gave you. And then, once you master media reps, this leadbolt.com. Can I share something super sexy ninja with you guys? Is that okay? Yeah. No one wants to know? Okay. Alright. Come on, do you want to know? Leadbolt, once you get your pay bump and your premium offer, will run on a CPI basis, meaning you only pay them per install. Does that make sense? You name your ROI. Isn't that awesome? Leadbolt as a managed service. Now you have your app, you have Candy Crush, you have your premium apps. You take them to Leadbolt and say, hey, here's our payouts. Okay? And you offer them payouts. Say, hey, we'll give you $4 per install. But they can't get the premium offers. Okay? Because they specialize in buying traffic. So you bring them your premium offer, you offer them a price per install, and these are the dream campaigns, folks. Because they do everything for you and you just sit back. You run on a CPI basis. I haven't told you about that because I wanted to save it for last, but if you want to do that, folks, Leadbolt is the best. It's a pure arbitrage. It's beautiful. It's a pure arbitrage. But there's a moat in front of that arbitrage. You can't take Leadbolt, an app that's a street level app. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because they can go get that. And they would be running that. Is this making sense, everyone? Yeah. So before you guys go run on Leadbolt, make sure you have a premium app and you have a good payout. And using media reps and using the techniques I've been teaching the last 4 days, that's what's going to happen. Okay? You're going to find an app. That app will be profitable. And then Leadbolt is just free money, folks. You say, approach them. Hey, here's our app. We have Farm Heroes, iOS, USA, and we will offer you $4.50 per install. Here's our budget, and you're getting paid $5.50, $6.50. Now, a super ninja secret. If you are not getting a high payout, you can run at negative ROI for a while. Maybe negative 5% ROI. Or break even. You can just run at break even. And then you'll get a pay bump. Or they will be getting extremely high ROIs off you, which is simply what happens with lead bullet, because they have really good traffic. And then you scale with lead bullet break even. And this is the same as before. You scale break even, and you're just paying them per install and doing nothing. And then after a month or two, you say, lead bullet, I'm sorry, but we got a pay decrease on the app. Is everyone getting this? So now we can only afford to pay you $3 for an install. That's an instant 50% ROI. And they're making, too, 300% ROIs because Legal is a master at app installs. They are the #1 CPI app install company in the world. Here is the underground headhunting service. 3 Little Birds Interactive, and that's where I found my wonderful, beautiful Maggie.
What is that?
3 Little Birds Interactive. They have media buyers, business development managers. A lot of resumes we get come from Victoria, Canada. There's a hotline that I told you about. 3 Little Birds Interactive. Make sure you write that down. Approach them in the same way you would the traffic sources. Make sure you have their website first. And what they'll do is they'll email you the resume, scan the resume over. If you want, do a Skype call, and then do the 2-week trial like we talked about. The feedback loop, and this is huge. This is a screenshot from all we do is use Google Doc, okay? That's all it takes, is one Google Doc. The media buyer has access, the business development manager has access. So as you can see here, first column is the operating system. I'll read these off if you can't see them. The second column is the needed payout to be profitable. Make sure you have that on your Excel sheet. The needed payout to be profitable. That's very, very great data for your business development manager, because then they go to the app developer that hits them up on the hour every hour and say, hey, to be profitable, we need this. Does that make sense to everyone? So make sure you have that on your Excel sheet. The needed payout to be profitable. Here's one great, need more cap. Farm Heroes Super Saga. This was taken quite a while ago. At the time, our street payout was $213. Pokemon Go. So then we have the offer. After that, we have the payout. And then we have the cap. And once we get a cap, that's where it becomes fun. Now, this is one network. Okay? We'll have a second sheet and a third sheet for each network. You have your country right here, and you just give all your employees access. So your media buyer is buying the traffic. He tests the offers, he logs them every day. He's got 20 new offers. He just rotates those in to your traffic that you have locked in for 30 days. Does this make any sense to everyone? Yeah. So you have your traffic locked in, it's running at the same price. You know your price of traffic. You don't have to mess with real-time bidding. You rotate your offers in, you find the one that's profitable or that has potential. And the secret, folks, is the needed payout to be profitable. Because I taught you where to get premium traffic. So you calculate the needed payout to be profitable, and then you just simply approach the network and say, we need $6 to be profitable, and they say, okay, here you go. Is this making sense to everyone? Yes. It's a very, very powerful system.
Could you go over the columns again, just kind of fast?
Or can we just get a template? Just a template?
Can't read it.
Can't see it.
Can't see it.
Okay. Do you think? No? Maggie says no.
Just a template. We don't need nothing in.
All right, I'll read out the headers.
Android. So operating system, needed payout to be profitable. The app, payout, cap, country. One more time. Operating system, needed payout, app, payouts. Oh, I'm sorry. That is EPC payouts, cap, country. All right. All you guys need to know is the needed payout. Okay, to be profitable. That is the big one. All right, that's a huge one. The needed payout to be profitable. Can we just give them like the competitors, you think?
Yeah, just the tip.
Yeah, just so we can do that. Okay, we can do the top one. All right, you guys want to know another ninja strategy? Yeah. Okay. Who's afraid of an employee going rogue? Anyone afraid of that? It happens, yeah. It can happen. So here's how we protect ourselves. Now, once you grow, you're going to have passwords for 50 networks, 100 networks. You're going to have 300 to 500 passwords. And it creates a huge problem. All your employees, if you put them in a Google document, all your employees now have the passwords. So if they go rogue, it takes you 12, 14 hours to go through and manually change all your passwords. Does that make sense? Now, it rarely happens. If you treat your employees well, this won't happen. If you vet them, it won't happen. But there is a possibility. Okay? And that is the fear of every business owner. A pissed off employee who goes in your account and spends all your ad spend or does something. Okay? And in fact, in this industry, you have to be careful of that. Right? So you guys want to know how we stop that? Yes? Yeah. You want to know? All right. Yeah. We use LastPass.com Premium. With the premium version, we can assign employees access to specific sites, but they never get the password. You like that? Yeah. Isn't that cool? Yeah. So what we do is once you sign up for premium, you get, okay, here's the big thing. Each employee has a secured vault for managing and accessing every password. So, if you want an employee to only access your affiliate accounts, you make a vault for that employee. They install the LastPass extension on their browser, and they never see the password. All they do is go to the site, it automatically logs them in, and they have no password access. So, your employee goes rogue, you log in LastPass, in 1 second, you lock them out of everything. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Yes. Because that's a huge problem you have. Is you're going to have thousands of passwords. How many passwords do you guys have now? Too many? 6,000? Now what happens when you have 5, 10 employees? You know what I mean? And truth be told, I don't want to give my media buyers access to my affiliate networks. Does that make sense? It wouldn't be smart for me to do that. So what you do is you get this premium, and I think it's only $9 a month because it's their new software. You can get the premium or enterprise edition, and then it's a very easy setup. You just assign your employees roles, okay? You give them access to specific sites. Is everyone getting this? Yes. You guys want more? Yes. Okay. LastPass, I'm not sure. So, I want to spotlight Brian, because I want to talk about Brian real quick. Now, Brian's using Facebook. Brian's going to be extremely successful. And he doesn't even realize it now, but once he's on Facebook, he's going to learn his lesson. He's already made his money online. And when you make $1 online, you can make $1 million online. That first dollar is the hardest to make. When I met Brian, he was working every single night, his nightlife business. He had no retirement plan. Okay? His time was connected to money. He was watching every single one of my webinars, and he wanted freedom. He was stressed and overworked. And I am so freaking happy for Brian. Do you guys feel his energy on stage? Yeah. He's on cloud 9. He doesn't even realize it. The guy's going Brian invested in my mastermind, and I work with him, and the power of the mastermind, folks. Brian now has ultimate freedom. He's going to keep doing $100,000 months. I know he is. He's going to make over 7 figures this year with a laptop lifestyle. Retirement. Okay, financial freedom. Less stress than when I first met him. Now, I want to highlight another student because not only does my mastermind produce success, but it also changes lives. And I didn't even know this happened until yesterday, and I went back to my hotel room and I thought about this. And Jeff actually had a very traumatic event happen. Is it okay, Jeff, if I show this?
It is.
Would you like to come up here? Can you come up, Jeff, for me?
Sure.
Okay. For those who don't know, Jeff, I'm very proud of Jeff to call him the coach of my mastermind. Do you guys like Jeff as a coach? The way my mastermind works and the way I've structured it is we have tiers and levels and we have coaches. So that allows me to be hands-on and work in my mobile CPA business. I don't want to do coaching anymore. I don't want to do anything. All I want to do is I want my mobile CPA business. I want to grow that, focus on that, open my Singapore office, open my Victoria office, and I'm going to blow this thing up. I'm not doing webinars anymore. So the design, the idea, was to create a coach inside the mastermind. And then I just feed him specialized knowledge, and then he feeds it to the mastermind members. Is that correct? Isn't that how it works? And at the same time, he learns more by teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I actually learned more teaching than I was working and studying.
That's all I know it is. You learn more while you're teaching. So Jeff had a traumatic experience recently, and he really used the support of the mastermind and working with the mastermind. And I think today I want to honor you, Jeff. I want to promote you. So in my mastermind, we have coaches, and now we're going to do level. We have the professor. Anything you want to say? Turn around. Alice, the beautiful Alice, Jeff Smith, Jordan Schultz, Mobile CPA Master Coach. Isn't that awesome?
Please take a seat. Well, I guess the first thing that I'd like to say is I am really glad that whoever's list I ended up on while I was in shiny object syndrome mode led me to Jordan. And for that, I will be eternally grateful. And I need that. The little tragedy was the loss of my son.
Oh my God. Sorry.
And it actually wasn't that recent. It was was in 2008. My youngest son, Logan, at 8 years old, was diagnosed with renal cell carcinoma, which children do not get. Seattle Children's Hospital had never seen a case. There's only 2 other documented cases in a child in the history of the United States, one in France and one in Switzerland. He lived 100 days and he died. And that is about as devastating as anything I can tell you. And then, after we had him cremated, the $2 million bill showed up from the hospital that the insurance wasn't going to cover. And this was in 2009. And what had been about a $5 million net worth company was not worth $1 million. So I liquidated it and everything else. My marriage did not support the stress, so I ended up going through a divorce. I did not want my children to be displaced any more than they had been. They'd already spent 4 months at Ronald McDonald House in Seattle, that's half a year of school each. So I sold everything that I had, lost my house, filed bankruptcy, gave everything to my ex-wife. I had $129 to my name. I had sold everything that I had for my parents, things that I thought I was going to be able to pass to my children. I put myself through a truck driving course that was supposed to take 5 weeks. I did it in 3 weeks. And I had a job in the first 5 minutes that I applied for an application. I sent a fax in, the guy called me and said, "When can you be here?" I said, "I'll be in your office in 5 minutes." I walked in and I said, "When do I start?" He said, "Can you start tomorrow?" I said, "No, because I have my truck driving test and I start on Tuesday." No, I'm not kidding. This is literally exactly what I did. I had $129 I got in the truck, and I spent 7 years living in that box. Driving all over the United States and Canada to get my kids through high school, make sure that my ex-wife was taken care of. And I got to 2014, and both my boys had graduated high school, and I was unloading in Winnebago. I was on the verge of suicide. I called, who is now my wife, and said, "I want to come home." So I drove home, and I got out of that truck with about as much money as I got into it 7 years before. 650,000 miles later. Flatbed too. Not easy work. Strapping, tarping, chain. So, wiped out an IRA, went back to college, got certified SEO, and then went into the internet marketing because obviously I'm not as young as some of you guys, and I have nothing. And when I saw Jordan's webinar, literally, I sat there with my finger on the button and I prayed to God, what do I do? And God pushed the button. And then I took a next big leap and took some more investment money. And my wife's getting pretty happy with me at this point. She's like, that's what I get involved with. And I joined the mastermind. And I will be forever grateful that I made that decision. because this has been the most healing process that I've been able to have since my son died. Jordan, staff, Alex, Ashley, my daughter Maggie back there, meeting Claire, being a part of the mastermind, and then being able to judge or coach the mastermind. You guys, you guys, you're my family now. Awesome. All family.
We love you. We love you.
I love you, Jeff.
So I just want to thank you. I want to thank God. And I will tell you, Jordan, you're my loyalty. And that I don't give terribly. And that will never be broken. And you guys have my absolute dedication that I will do everything I can to help you be as successful and as happy and prosperous as you want to be.
Be humbled if Jeff was known as Professor Jeff in my mastermind. I'm an old CPA because he truly is a professor. And folks, I have spent a lot of time writing a creed, a mobile marketer's creed. And Jeff, would it be okay if you read that to the folks for the first time?
I will, but I'm probably going to need it. Well, I can get down and I'll just read it.
Alice, can I get the mobile marketers creed? So the mobile marketers creed, folks, is a positive mindset. Jeff, it's out of 10 Commandments we've got coming out. I recently wrote this, and this mobile marketers creed is all about the law of attraction. And I feel like I was attracted to Jeff, and Jeff was attracted to me, and my inner circle, my mastermind members, we were all attracted together. So Ashley has it. All right, Jeff, would you do me the honor of reading to the folks our mastermind mobile marketing creed? You need your glasses, Jeff?
No, I'm not that old yet. Trying to see where on here we start.
Sorry, Tom.
Start at the beginning.
This is what it's going to This is, just move this off.
I believe that the mind of a marketer contains the greatest of all forces. That thought is one of the greatest manifestations of energy. I believe that the mobile marketer who understands the use of thought and mental attraction can make of himself practically what he will. I believe that not only is a mobile marketer's body subject to the control of the mind, but that also a mobile marketer may change environment, luck, circumstances by positive thought, taking the place of negative. I know I can and I will attitude will carry a mobile marketer to success. Miraculous to the man on the I can't plane. I believe that thoughts are things and that the law of attraction in my pursuit of freedom. The world will draw to a mobile marketer just what he desires and fears. I believe in the gospel of hard work, in launching campaigns, visualizing, journaling, training the mind, setting of goals, and being held accountable for those goals, and taking action. I believe in the I do as well as the I am. I know that the mobile marketers who will take advantage of the power of the mind and who will manifest that power in action will go forward to success as surely and as steadily as the arrow from the bow of a skilled archer. I believe in the brotherhood of mobile marketing. I believe in being kind. I believe in everyone minding his own business and allowing everyone else the same privilege. Let a mobile marketer who is without sin cast the first stone. I believe that a mobile marketer who hates is an assassin, and a mobile marketer who lies is a thief. I believe that evil is but ignorance. I believe that to know all is forgiven, to know all is to forgive all. I believe that there is good in every person. Let us help them manifest it. As a practitioner of mobile marketing, I believe in the absolute equality of all styles of marketing, as they all have their own purpose. I believe that a marketer is immortal, that the real self is spirit, which uses mind and body as its tools and manifests itself according to the fitness of the tools. I believe that I will teach others to grow into a new place of consciousness, in which they will know himself as is, will recognize the I am, the something within. I believe that there is an infinite power in. I believe there is an infinite power in and of all things. I believe that although today marketers who steadily grow to comprehend it more fully will get in closer touch with it. Even now, mobile marketers have momentary glimpses of its existence, a momentary consciousness of oneness with the Absolute. I believe that the separation that is manifest within the mobile marketing world is just that of non-understanding. I believe that as the mobile marketing world elevates their understanding to the I can, I am, and I will, that's George Schultz.
Thank you, Joe. This is something my mastermind members are going to have, and I want them to keep it with them, because when I read this, it inspires me and motivates me. And, it took a lot of thought, a lot of time for me to really encompass marketing, and all marketing styles are equal. We must respect all marketers, but as mobile marketers, we must be positive, use the law of attraction, and the I can, the I will mind will draw others to us, and that is what we have here. So thank you, Jeff, and I'll see you tonight, all right? Thank you. I want to talk to Mark because, Mark, I think, my mentor forced me to do this to heal me, but can we do that tonight in a more private environment? Okay. So folks, I've done 2 years of coaching. I'm done. I'm done doing coaching. I am going to build my mobile marketing company. I'm done. All right. In fact, right now, I am burnt out. I made this happen, and I have a booming mobile CPA company, and doing that together is extremely, extremely hard. But I do things that are hard because that's my nature. So before I move on, I want to play a short video of the 2 years of coaching. and all of you were part of it.
Jordan, I just want to let you know, these are the first calls I've made in my 3-year quest to make money. And I woke up and I had 101% ROI.
I've made my lowest return on investment was 125%.
Spent $320, and from that I made $605.
I was skeptical. Real life proof.
355 conversions.
I love Jordan's approach. He really wants you to be successful and make money.
I believe Jordan underpromised and is over-delivering.
Basically took you from knowing nothing to becoming an expert.
Better picture of just the results. Really happy that I found that Jordan.
I really didn't believe that he could do so much on Instagram. It shows what's working. Jordan is a great student.
What Jordan goes through, and you can actually love work. And the last 7 days.
My name is Alex Guy. About February this year is when I really started promoting with Jordan. I've got about $55,000. Everything that Jordan teaches works, and I really appreciate his help.
Thank you, Jordan, and all that you do.
I highly recommend it. Jordan will take you through step by step.
I highly, highly recommend you get in touch with Jordan.
I highly advise you to take action on this. Again, Jordan and Alex, your team for everything.
I was still living in my mom's house, and I was a college dropout. I had tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and I was on the brink of almost quitting at that point. But ever since then, Jordan helped me through the strategy, through what he teaches in the coaching program. He helped me earn a consistent 5-figure month income, $54,000, $200,000 a week. This was the month that I made more in 1 month than I did all year at that 9-to-5 job. And it allowed me to quit my job, and it also allowed me to allow my boss to quit her job.
Last Friday was the day my life changed forever. I feel very blessed to have the opportunity to be coached by him this day.
I can't keep enough on it. Not me, my baby, not me, my future. By far exceeds everything that I expected. This is from February 17th. This is the answer. Stop doing what you're doing and go with this.
Look at that debt itself, $8,000 I had to pay. I wouldn't have been able to pay for that if it hadn't been for Jordan's trainings.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Even if you don't understand why, or you think you might know better, no.
Take everything He's given to us, transform it to your own perfect store.
Without further ado, let's have a look at some of the results I've been achieving in the last 3 weeks. Total amount, and of course, so far, of $1,041.
That's not a lot, but that's not chump change either. I feel pretty good about it.
Very good report. Folks, this was only the beginning, and now we're all here. And after that 2 years of coaching, I'm done, folks. I'm gonna pursue my dream of my mobile marketing company, and that's my passion. That's my desire. That's what I'm going to do. So I talked to Dave before, and why I'm done, I was being torn. I'm literally burnt out. I put so much. Is that okay? All right. So what we're going to do, the mastermind members, we're going to build franchises. We're going to go up to my presidential suite, and we're going to go over that. And I cannot wait to show you my plan to do this. It is crazy, and that's how I know it's going to work. We're going to use a franchise model, and we're going to white label this. Just wait till you get it, okay? So this is a win-win for us, all right, guys? Now, we're going to build out the franchise, and here's how we're going to do it. We're going to get my training info. We're going to get my programmers to do all the training, so it's copy-paste, and then we get your premium offers, and then you're that pedestal, that 3%. Because you're trained, and I trust you, and you're in the small group. So I'm going to train you guys at my secret headquarters. We're going to train your employees, and we're going to build out a franchise system. So we're going to do employee training,